My name is Heather Coco Senza Coco Chanel YSL Mrs. Smith. Where is Dylan? Inmate Y12173. Putting on makeup, ticket stacked. Says she's working, never that. Working is just not my jam. Rainbow mom with a master plan. Cadillac Cynthia, she blew up. Says it's stolen, sold for bucks. Team had to go crazy in her eyes. Calls a gang stalking nationwide. Tesla glare, headlights blink. Come in me, plate stalking is what she thinks. United States of Illinois. Crazy making curated lies. Stealing all of my stuff, spies. Fake eviction notice, surprise. United States of Illinois. Remo mom, cyborg mind, nefarious. The voices amplified.
Shout out to Alyssa and her mom.
Twins gone fast, text the boss. Sent the pic, that job was lost. Pregnant again in Chicago snow. Tinted Belmont toilet, no. I'm being tech box, can't you see? Held in a tent, conspiracy. Yacht club power extension cord. Hair dryer heat, fuck the law. They stole my kid. She screams online. A newborn in a tent. She's out of her mind. United States of Illinois. Healthcare expert beyond compare. Turkey mini loaf aroma in the air. They won't let me talk to my kids, unfair. United States of Illinois. Butter filters and ear tube mic noise. Look alive, investors hear my voice. Make it make sense, paranoid. Xavier making faces at the cam. Gold pumps on, thinks he's glam. Eyebrows gone, that smile's a shame. Tight pants cutting off blood to the brain. Dresses like a lady, struts real proud. Thinks it's sweet, made weed legal, what a clown. Doppelganger X, which one's real? Xavier's got a button, what's the deal? What is going on in his head?
Shout out to Dolly Parton.
¿Cómo es en este pinche mundo que una mujer está llorando, gritando, llamando a la pinche policía y nunca vienen? Pero cuando está raining outside, tengo mucho frío, no tengo fucking socks. They stole all my fucking socks. They stole all my fucking socks. Arrested, screaming, losing her shit. Don't take my mom, bracelets legit. Botox attack, half her face. They broke in and injected me case. Pooping in her toilet again. Files police reports to the end. Feel of the kids' names scrambled tight. None of them is shit, she's not too bright. Says they remotely make her piss in her car. Excuse me, miss. United States of Illinois. I wanna file charges on everybody. Where are my sponsors? Somebody. The United States of Illinois. Pancakes and duster. It's a turn up.
Hello guys, welcome to Feral Friday. I forgot I was going to do something fancy at the end there. I've been fighting technology all day. Look at this. Look at this, you guys. I was so close. I was so close to getting this stupid thing exported so I could make clips. I was 12 minutes away, but I was already 8 minutes late. So I aborted this. It's literally been exporting all day. I feel like I'm going crazy. So, I don't know. There's no shorts. There's no new sound bites. There's no new anything. But here I am. Here I am. So I want to watch. I didn't get to see Heather's first stream from today. So I want to watch that before we get into everything else I have in this week. I put in the Juliet one as well because we didn't watch that on Feral Friday yet. So that's the plan for right now, for today. Ho ho ho. I don't know what she said on this.
Okay, good morning, you guys. So just for the record, I have been affected again.
Oh, with the lions?
with all of these lines, AI technology, mechanical, I don't know what this is. This is hardware.
Getting old, man.
My body. This
You're
is
just
not,
old.
you know, aging lines or wrinkles or anything like that. I have not authorized or
Look,
consented anyone to put this in my throat. I don't know what's causing it. My voice comes out like a fucking old ass man.
Not yet, but kinda. I've never really thought about it like that. Let's listen and find out.
Like low, growly voice 1 second, and then the next second it's back to normal. I don't consent. Just like the last video I made where I was begging for this to stop. Same thing. So I was physically assaulted by a woman yesterday for doing literally nothing wrong, standing inside the front entrance to the Marianos on Western,
What? She got assaulted by what?
where an old lady took it upon herself to grab me and try to pull me. And this is the second time in this plaza that I have been grabbed and assaulted. And this
Why? Why? Just randomly grab Heather Gillespie.
is at Western and Roscoe. So I have a very real issue with this entire demographic. These individuals have been intermittently stalking me, harassing me, name calling me,
Minnie, thank you for becoming a good little angel.
you know, and doing many, many other things that have caused me a significant amount of harm. This is the same demographic where I wake up in the mornings and it appears as though all of the women are whores,
What?
dressing, acting like whores. I choose not to use that.
Let's knock on wood. Paper is a form of wood.
Hell yeah.
Kitty 706 super chatted $5. Hey Steve, it's Feral Friday. Pink heart dancer pancakes running dash partying face.
Dash party and face, that's right, Diva Kitty. It is Feral Friday. Happy Friday, you guys.
When I'm in control of my own vernacular and verbiage and speech, this is some version of hell where they've allowed most of the people to go crazy. They're under some sort of nefarious third-party control, despite the fact
Can we see some of the crazy people? You a lot, and that you're pretty crazy. But everyone's gone crazy. To Heather Gillespie standards, that must be insane.
that I have been promised non-predatory environments and situations only. This continues to go on. And so I am concerned. Yesterday, they honed my eye in on the logo for the UFC, and then they allowed this woman to put her hands on me. So
you saw a UFC logo and then, well, what? Why did she say she put her hands on her? She just decided to?
with regards to the cyborg eye or whatever the fuck is going on here, how do I tap out of this? I changed my profile picture. If you look up in the corner and reference, it's literally me being bent over backward.
What? No. Her picture is her in, like, her snowsuit doing a peace sign or some shit. What if I do?
Because I have literally been living my life bent over backward to do whatever it is.
We're in the Heather GPS saga. What a name. Heather GPS. Oh, okay, now she's doing a yoga pose now. She did change it. That's what it is now. Her, I don't know what that's called. That's yoga. That's yoga, right? I'm pretty sure that's yoga.
Expected of me from demographic to just have a tolerable set of circumstances. I am very numbed most of the time. I don't do drugs. Thank you for asking. But I would happily accept some.
Don't do drugs.
Ecstasy pills, MDMA.
Oh, okay. We gotta calm down. So she wants ecstasy and MDMA.
What else would I accept happily?
What about just weed?
I think those are the only two that I would happily accept. I don't smoke weed. I don't do cocaine. I don't do heroin or crack or any.
Well, I don't do ecstasy. Is ecstasy like a good drug to do? What do you guys think?
like that. However,
Don't do. I probably should say don't do drugs, but I'm just curious.
I've been living in the opposite of ecstasy for every single day for the last many, many, many days. And so I am at my end of suffering, where they have nefariously, maliciously taken over my body on a number of occasions to cut my legs, cut my arms. By cut, I mean with a scissor, knife, razor, cut my body parts,
Don't do that.
make me bleed. They've started.
Isn't MDMA is Molly, it's ecstasy, like they're all the same stuff. It's like ecstasy is cut with a bunch of other stuff, but you never really know what it is. That's what I was told in life.
They've withheld me food, resources, assistance, whatever you could imagine. And then they say that they want me to pawn my necklace. Let me show you guys something. So in the last 10 years of working, the last 2.5 years after they stole Weston out of my womb, my son, and I've been working every single day.
I thought you meant your uncle like a stolen out of your womb. Yeah, obviously the only thing that can get stolen out of your womb is a son or a daughter, I guess.
I have this 18 karat gold chain from Kohl's that cost about $40. And I have this pendant that's real gold that was $150 that says Mama, which is what my children called me when they were young, who I've
Before I lost custody of all of them. They were very young.
separated from for 6 years. Oh, and then this is a Pandora pendant that says family on it. Okay. This entire thing here, you might be able to get $30 for at a pawn shop. Maybe.
Okay, so don't sell it?
But they're bullying me to pawn my chain. It says Mama on it. It reminds me of my
No one's bullying her to sell her necklace. Not the comments. She has comments off all the time now.
children. What is wrong with you people? What?
Don't you people us. We obviously didn't do anything. Is the voices in your head or Xavier? I don't think Xavier cares, to be honest. I don't think he's telling you to do anything. Xavier's living it up somewhere. Either in the streets or in a hotel.
What's fucking wrong with you?
Maybe he's sipping drinks by the pool.
They're trying to bully me to get onto the subway. Do you know how long I've worked to get off of the subway? They are physically assaulting me in mixed company. They are forcing these
You mixed company.
women that look like they are, I don't know, still drunk from the night before to expose their bodies, vaginas, rear ends. This is not the line for me. It's never going to be the line for me. Even if I decided today that I would
We're not on the line anymore, you guys.
just turn into an escort, that I would just be a professional courtier and take individuals out on dates for high, I don't know, $200 to $500 high value amounts per hour.
I just imagine Heather doing a fake laugh in the back of a restaurant somewhere while she puts her champagne glass in the air. She would be embarrassing.
And show them the city and maybe or maybe not engage in
Quote a Drake lyric.
some sort of explicit behavior with them. I would still not be showing my vagina or my rear in the street or parking lot.
Good to know. I don't want to see that.
Would still not be antagonizing others, putting my hands on people, or being blatantly disrespectful. So I continue to question who's in charge here. How do we remove them from circulation indefinitely so that there is no demographic that is going to the store at 7 o'clock in the morning, purchasing a 24-pack of beer and a bottle of alcohol? Mariano's needs
Do they sell alcohol at 7 in the morning?
fined for physically assaulting me yesterday, as well as serving alcohol at 7 or 8 o'clock in the morning. So that's
Wow.
number 2.
America.
So far, we've got a list of multiple things. Number one, they're putting these things back into my throat so that someone else can speak from the tone that they want to speak. Number two,
What what an interesting out for saying regretful stuff. It's just they put lines in my throat and they're talking, not me, you guys. I would never say that.
they're selling alcohol and permitting physical assault at the Marianos in Roscoe Village. And number three, they have been consistently threatening to steal my belongings, my money, my vehicle. They already stole my apartment and are currently squatting in it, 1055 West Granville, apartment number 207.
Who? No, you were squatting in it, and there's new people in there, so don't bother those people. That's poor people.
No law enforcement has done much of any fucking thing. I, just as recently as
It's
yesterday,
gonna end up being like a haunted house. You don't go to 207 West Roscoe. It's scary there.
followed up on the reports that I've been filing.
If you listen closely, you can hear some crazy lady singing. What is it? Pretty Little Baby? Something. I'm glad I can't remember it. I don't want to hear it. She might say it. That stupid song she likes so much. But hey, Davis, I thank you for the W Pinata.
This is the United States of America,
Hell
2026.
yeah, it is.
I'm Heather Gillespie. I have been giving consistent reports on here
She fucking stabs us with her pointy finger.
consistently since 2019 about this. Coco.chanel.ysl. Chanel spelled CHANELLE.YSL.
I don't know. It's in the intro. It's like the first thing you say in the intro song.
That account grew to approximately 30,000 followers and was removed from circulation on Easter 2024 while I sat in the church and the church members looked down on me because it was admitted on the line through everyone that I've engaged in oral sex before. So no one wanted to allow me to take a sip of wine from the glass because in my almost 4 decades of existence, I admitted to having had engaged in oral sex before. Not out loud, not in conversation, not just of my own free will.
Well, then I don't know. They just might not have wanted you there, but the religious folk, they're pretty accepting. They want to take in whoever, so they can say I saved them, and then they'll have someone to clean the windows or something. I don't know what they do there.
Extracted that information from me, from my experience,
There's a lot of windows in church, you know.
circulated it to the church members, and then made me feel like I was disgusting and gross for over a year. Did things to cause me to physically want to reject my own self. And
That was an op. Someone nefarious from the internet found the church Heather went to and then spread these flyers around saying that she did oral sex, which is just a weird, like, I don't know. Doesn't everybody do that?
and they've forced me to live here for 6+ years. So I have begged, I have pleaded, I have done the right thing, I have done the wrong thing, I have
Yeah.
every fucking thing in between. What
I've done all the things, you guys. Oh my god, remember when she was saying, see, this is why I wanted to do clips, that she wants a guy who's living on the edge of reality or something and can come back all the way to common sense. So she's done all the things.
to be known on the record is that I have been consistent and non-deceptive since day one in my reporting of the things that these people, places, situations have been permitted to do to me and others. As I've seen, I have not been thanked, I have not been paid, and as a matter of fact, ow, please stop. And as a matter of
What are they doing? She have to pee?
fact, I would like everyone involved in this to be indicted and charged. And as a matter of fact, my credit card was stolen. The very first credit card I was ever given in my entire life. So I have been alive now for almost 4 decades, locked in at an eternal youthful 29 years old.
This is the new catchphrase. If anyone did steal it, it was Xavier, because like, who else is around to just steal a credit card?
As was promised by my med spa and my higher authority, I will never be permitted to age past 29 years old. That's where I will stay indefinitely. Mindset, other than intelligence, as well as physical appearance. And with that being said, upon approval for my first credit card for the amount of approximately $3,000, it was either $2,000 or $3,000. When the credit card finally arrived and I got $300, they stole it and they used the entire thing, and I still haven't been given a refund. And they have affected my credit negatively over it, and they are trying.
Yeah, it was this credit card. Your credit wasn't already shot. That's why we only got $300 credit card. I didn't even know $300 credit cards existed. That is insane. That's insane. What? Anyways, I forget the other thing I was going to say now, just because I'm still baffled by it. Oh, it's because of the eviction and all the tickets and all that crap. It's a record of credit. You can't just stay at a place after you've been evicted and keep getting fines from court and stuff. Like, yeah, your credit it's fucked up, Heather. You're gonna get your car repo soon now, too. I don't know, man. Yeah, you gotta fix your life.
Assess some sort of credit, I'm sorry, not credit, percentage of interest with original balance for the $300 to make me pay close to $500 to get the $300 balance off. So they have destroyed my life repeatedly. I have been repeatedly promised that this type of behavior would no longer be permitted. They have been permitted to sexually assault me, physically assault me, starve me, and harm me in a number.
For beginners. Her first credit card stolen. Man, maybe you should just pay it. It's only $300 so your credit doesn't get worse. We can't do that. Indictments for everyone.
Of other ways, and now they will get what they deserve.
Oh my.
And that was never my design. So I don't threaten people. I don't harm people. I don't know how to use a weapon. I don't know how to fight. I've never been in a fist fight in my entire life.
You were wielding the knife all those times.
I didn't even.
Oh, I was listening to Xavier talking about how he made weed legal and stuff or whatever. And in that, he says his birthday, because I thought his birthday might have been August 10th, and Heather got the date wrong when she remembered it was his birthday. But no, it's the 11th, because he said it got legalized in 11 states. And I can't remember. Something about 8. It was the 8th line, set X in it or something. That's his name. It was fucking goofy. It was silly. But his birthday is August the 11th. So she got the birthday right. She just got it was really late. Wishing him happy birthday that day.
To harm that person when they put their arms on my body and grabbed me and broke my purse strap and did several other things. And you know what? More power to me, I guess. That's what it's supposed to be. Be who you are. Don't be who they want you to be. Don't respond to their abuse with more abuse.
That's what Michael Jordan said.
Right? Isn't that insert your cliche bullshit ass fucking statement right there? Look the other way while they starve you, use all of your money, alienate you and separate you from your loved ones, leave you without food, shelter, money, right?
No, you got a long time to figure stuff out. I've been thrown into situations where I had to figure stuff out in like 2 weeks. I had to. I procrastinated a lot. It's my fault. But how could we not in 3 months figure your stuff out? I just can't empathize. I can't feel bad for her. It's stupid. Everyone told her not to do that. She did it anyways. Because she's Heather Gillespie and she's know the best.
Gone to work every day. 2 weeks ago from this past Monday was the last day that I've been working 7 out of 7 days of the week. For almost 2 years or a little over 2 years. Prior to that, I was working full-time, 36 to 40 hours a week at the Ping Pong Bar, Spin, Chicago. And that's not a directive. I'm not looking for you to make up lies or be deceptive. The name of the Ping Pong Social Club was SPIN.
Yeah, we know that.
And it is in the same plaza as the House of Blues and Hotel Chicago, in the basement level on the State Street side of the street. I don't know. I don't have anything left. They stole everything. They have my baby. They've taken so much money from me.
That's just crying about the kid. She's crying about her money. The money. All right, whatever, dude. Don't have another kid. Try to get one of the kids back. One of the 4 kids. Or even just have like a good relationship with one of the 4 kids before we even think about having another kid. And have a house. Not live in a tent or a car. That's very silly.
I can't handle it anymore. You know. So. I just want to remind everyone that this was never my fault. I didn't do this.
I just want to remind everyone that it is never my fault. Really? That's what you want to add to this?
I didn't conceal any of this. I didn't plan any of this. I've been doing nothing but fucking surviving.
And refusing genuine help when it was offered, yeah.
So, thank you all to the higher authority who did not show up to me, for me. Thank you to the alleged movie producers who continue to insert women who kind of fit my description into income generated positions where they're able to.
So Heather goes into a place and sees people working. She's like, I kind of look like that girl. They must have given her my job. This was supposed to be my job. This is really bad. What is the criteria to 5150 someone? I swear Heather meets it on a weekly basis, but I don't know what to do with that. I just like, she wouldn't even accept help. She would be kept there for I don't know how many days. It's different from state to state, and then they will let her out, and she would just go back to this.
Money, and I am only able to suffer. Thank you to the higher authority who promised that I would never be subjected to predatory sets of circumstances or environments ever again, for being a fucking lying piece of shit. And thank you to everyone else involved who has basically just been a party to my pain and suffering.
Are those hot dogs?
Doing an active, not a goddamn thing to make
Oh, no. That would be a really weird thing to have right now.
stop and prevent it from being a recurring theme.
I'm gonna angrily eat hot dogs for a second. Not blowing our
And
nose
to
makes
whoever does the audio
way more sense.
that's in my ears and my throat, it fucking hurts. There's a loud screeching noise coming from my left ear when I try to blow my nose. There's a tremendous amount of pressure in both of my eardrums. I don't know who's doing this or
I guess as they're connected to your sinuses and stuff.
how or why or what this is. It hurts a lot. I don't consent. I don't want to be a part of this. I hope that whatever needs to happen to you people so that you can be forced to understand my situation. And when I say you people, I mean every person who has ever fucking breathed a bad word about me. I have been the kindest, most patient. For anyone who's ever said I need to be patient. 14 years old was the age I was when I got my first work permit and started.
And then she was like, all right, well, we've done that. Now we can just coast. We've worked one time.
Working for the goal of buying my first house. 26 years. Patience has never been the problem.
You're not patient. There's a difference between patience and then just I don't know, seeing that you're about to hit a wall and letting yourself just hit it. Yeah, you weren't being patient. You were just not doing anything. You weren't doing anything.
So,
Getting patience and uselessness mixed up.
as I said before, please remove me from the line where these malicious fucking crazy shits are permitted to happen. Please never put me back there ever again. Please get out of my way and permit me to use my skills in sales, marketing, personal driving, intelligence, articulation, communication, lead development, brand management, website development, new business development, healthcare administration. To earn a fucking fair living.
Get into real estate. I know so many failures who end up being real estate agents somehow, and then you could put Xavier's artwork in the listings. That's what you wanted to do, right? I don't know. That's not a bad idea. Hear crickets. Is that her or me? No, that's me. There's crickets outside.
Is this an example of sanctions when everyone else said that that doesn't exist? How about you give me a budget for food and a safe place to live? Right? Oh my God. Whoa. What a fucking crazy revelation that is.
But she had money to get another place. I don't know what she did with it. I know some of the things she spent it on, but even that, it's a lot of money to spend. So I don't know. Could have been drugs. She used to buy Adderall off of the street when her prescription ran out. Maybe she doesn't know any good dealers anymore.
But yeah, if you go back to my previous videos, there is an experience where I have gone on record to discuss all of the ways that these people have harmed me before. Where they would stalk me with bits of information, where they would create mental connections to physical or visual cues in an effort to cause the perceived issue of a regression of post-traumatic stress disorder, because this demographic has some hard-on for calling people mentally unwell rather than calling the situation what it actually is, which is a pre-constructed collusion and effort to harm an innocent woman repeatedly.
There's a paranoid personality disorder.
And then they need to take the license plates and identities of each individual who's engaging in this behavior, because we have cameras all around this parking structure. And then they need to build a case. And then from building a case, they need to prosecute. And then if those individuals are still not permitted or able to behave in a way that is acceptable, what they need to do is purchase a BB gun from Walmart.
This doesn't sound good. Where are we going with this?
A metal pellet BB gun or Amazon. And each and every time those individuals get into the way, come up close to your bumper, flash their headlights. This is if the police are unwilling to be of assistance when a woman is being assaulted in the last 2 days, starved, forced out of her job.
Oh, James made a scary video today. I was like, this sounds like James. He put scary music behind it. I don't know if he intentionally did that or he just can't see his phone. He made it to Mississippi.
Bullied, stalked, and harassed. And which one of those 7 things is not on record with video evidence as having had taken place at least a number of times over the last 6-7 years? Not a single one of them. They've all been documented for 7 fucking years at least.
Okay, so if after 7 years the cops won't do anything, buy a BB gun and do what?
6.5 maybe in some circles. So yeah, I would say I've got a pretty long list of video. And here's the thing, even when those churchgoers, those people overcompensating for whatever fuckery they were involved in by claiming to be people of the church,
What's you're doing?
even when those churchgoers were making me feel that way and they disconnected my first Instagram, they failed to understand that there are not just individuals who still have that.
Why does she think the church shut down her Instagram?
But it's on the internet forever, even once it's deleted. It's in the digital footprint. So you're guilty. You guys have always been guilty. I don't want to be a part of any more teams that are dedicated to proving anyone else's guilt. I want to be a part of teams who get me, my children, and get us the fuck away from that and that and that and that and
Matt Lucchina.
all of this disgusting, fucking worthless, pathetic shit. That's what I want. And as I said before, for all the people stalking, following, harming, looking for a plug on their brand, trying to get all...
Yo, crazy lady, can you shout out my shoe brand? I need shout outs. How many followers you got? That's not happening.
On someone's webcam or video camera while they're fucking crying and suffering and begging for the shit to stop so that their hoodie can get a little play, bury them deep. And
Oh my.
as I was saying with regards to the headlights
Is that Heather Gillespie? Can you shout out my casserole?
and beeping and bumper checking and all of those other things, stalking,
Cassidy's casserole, the best casserole in Chicago.
surrounding people with hostile individuals who are seemingly chasing them wherever they go to Walmart or Amazon. No, I will not be doing this. I cannot afford it. But there are definitely those of you who work in, we already know. Are we going to keep quoting Drake when he said, 10 of us were moving as one?
No, stop quoting Drake.
So proud of who you've become. We can keep referencing that line, but we know that there are teams of you moving around in one identity and in one individual name. You guys would be the ones who would be responsible for doing that, right? Not me. I don't fucking know how to protect myself from these individuals if I do that. But you guys,
Go live stream on fucking Mars. I like this.
though, you can definitely handle it. So if the police are not being responsive and you are being harassed, etc., and so forth, starved, bullied, all of
Stop poking us in the chest.
that, as I said, I would definitely feel like it would be a pertinent next step to go ahead and get one of those BB guns, metal pellet, and anytime someone in their vehicle, whether a rental or their own vehicle, is approaching you closely in an antagonistic, predatory, environmental, malicious, perceived violent, or likelihood of escalating to violent way, you should simply use the metal pellet a BB gun
Billy Boppity Boop.
to shatter their front or back windshield. And that will clearly identify them as the perpetrator and permit you time to get away.
I don't think a BB gun is gonna break a windshield, dude.
Okay? So that is my best advice. I have no better advice. I don't live on this line of communication or existence. I find these individuals to be overall grotesque and very difficult to get along with. My physical body, my voice, my mind, my soul, my morals, my values, my belief systems all 100% reject this environment and this demographic completely and totally. So that's where I'm at. I'm Heather Gillespie. Very clearly, I'm most certainly not the one with the issues in this set of circumstances and in this environment.
No? You're telling people to shoot at people. And yeah, exactly, Dr. Truth. That's a good way to get shot. People own real guns in America.
As I said before, we have a very consistent, long trail of videos. Very long trail.
I got a BB gun. I got it at Cabela's. But I don't think it would break a window. I don't think it would do much, anything, to be honest. I shoot myself with it. It doesn't do much. I think a paintball probably wouldn't even break a window. but I've never shot a window with a paintball. I guess it depends on the window. Like a car, a windshield? There's no way. But I don't know. Maybe we should test it out.
Videos of me proving that they've been following me, that they've been stalking me, that they have sexually assaulted me on a number of occasions, that they have stolen my apartment and are currently squatting in my apartment at 1055 West Granville. That's Broadway in Granville, apartment number 207. And that the rest of the individuals there are squatting, they're not paying rent. They promised to return my almost $23,000 that I paid.
No. I wonder if you told her this. It must be the voices, because it's not a thing.
Rent at that building. They said that they were going to give me the money back so that I could go and have,
Hey, BCG.
you know, a down payment on a house and disappear from this fucking predatory set of circumstances. And instead, what they did was they started fucking with me, forced me to sleep in my car for the last 4 weeks on the side of the road with no access to a safe place to live, stole my baby 3 days out of the womb, and have limited or altogether inhibited communication with the rest of my family members. Period. That's it. I don't have any play for that individual. They're a low-life
She likes the word play on this day. It was today.
bag loser. That's it. That person who you're referencing, I won't name them. That's their ego. I won't name them. They asked me to engage in a number of various activities for my own well-being, of which they deemed I would be protected and safe.
Oh, you're talking about your mole work with David Shepard.
Starting first and foremost with hiding in their basement.
What?
I arrived at that person's home in a state of shock.
Fucking David, not David Shepard. Switzerland, David?
I was mostly unconscious for the first, I would say, 7 to 9 days that I was there.
How?
Then I woke up ravenously hungry. Had a
She's like a werewolf or something. Betty Davis says, thank you for the, what is that, a hiding?
meal. That person gave me approximately $1,000 for my children's Christmas
Oh, Eric.
gifts. I went to TJ Maxx, Marshalls, all the stores, and purchased them as many Christmas gifts as I could. And then I came back and that person said, you should, this is spanning over a period of approximately 2 months. That person said, you should find an apartment. My mom said,
You're driving me nuts. Get out of here.
I need to get you an apartment. And I found the apartment at Montclair, moved into that apartment, and 3 months or 4 months after that is when that nuclear technology woman that I used to work with at Parag Doshi's Cardiovascular Institute batter-rammed and bludgeoned my fucking door down.
Yeah, that's a new one. The nuclear scientist apparently was one of the people who batted around her door down.
So that's it. That's what I've been dealing with. That's what I've been subjected to. And now I'm going to go into the store as a tax-paying, law-abiding citizen of this country who has resided in the Chicago or surrounding suburbs since she was 14 years old, working and contributing, paying taxes, and supporting the local economy since the age of 14.
Yeah. Did you have that tattoo when you were 14? Because it's not going to identify you if you're 14. She knew when she was 14 she was going to be Mrs. Smith.
So I hope that you guys have a great day.
That was something. That was pretty crazy. What a crazy lady. So this is all the other stuff. This is the other stuff that I think this file is good. I'm trying to re-export it. Every version of this file has problems, but when I skim through it, what was one of the problem files? This is one, let's see.
Okay.
Oh, she's talking.
They're calling me slow.
I see 15.
I've been patient my whole life.
Yeah, see? So. No, we're good. My computer is just a menace. Menace? A menace. It's evil. It just wants to mess with me some days.
Hi guys, so I just, for many of you who have been here following along for the last several years, I began this journey, my kind of speaking points.
Oh, this is the sunflower seeds with this spoon stream. So we sniped this, but going by Feral Friday, this is like picking up where the last Feral Friday left off.
Typically were surrounding small business, CRM, workflow in an effort to offer AI integration, website development, new business strategy.
So Eric was like a sugar daddy at first. I wasn't around during the Eric saga, but he was paying for that apartment she was referencing where she thought that people were coming in and cutting her hair and breaking her vacuum, not stealing her vacuum, but just breaking her vacuum. And that they were putting gas in through the vents, and she got drunk one time on stream. I don't know what else Eric did. I think Eric, maybe it was someone else. Somebody just left her at a mall somewhere one day and drove off into the wind. She was like, oh my God, what am I going to do now?
Etc. And
Oh yeah, the egg stealing happened at that place.
forth for businesses, both brick and mortar as well as online based. And I spent a significant amount of time in the first year and a half while I was driving DoorDash full time, separated from my children for.
Oh yeah, she'll email, I guess, everyone in her contacts, and no one emails her back except Eric sometimes saying, get the fuck over yourself. I know about you. I know everything that actually happened. Stop lying to people. And she goes, oh, and posts the emails for some reason, thinking she's in the right when she's like clearly not.
Reason, legal reason, ethical reason, etc. And I basically.
Oh, the roofing guy left her at the mall? There you go. I was like, I don't know. Because if she was just left at the mall, then how would she have the apartment, right?
Went live while driving DoorDash, and I gave all of this information for free about how people could start their own businesses, what they should do, etc., and so forth. And since that time, it's been 6 years. All that has happened since then is that more and more and more and more and more has been taken from me. And I financially, from a space of my living situation, I can't, 3 apartments, I believe.
Oh, Ed was the emails.
Or 1 mom cave and 2 apartments that were just mine in my name. My cat.
So, what one do you think is the mom cave?
Thousands of dollars. And it's not like I'm living in some mansion, where I don't need these belongings. Or it's not like I don't have 4 children, biological children that I've given birth to that need, this money or access to my Cadillac or, whatever. That was a car that was paid off in full. I paid it off. So, all of these losses have been very discouraging, to say the least. Now I said, okay, fine. You don't want me to do that. You don't want me to, succeed or excel in small business development. You don't want me to exceed or excel in healthcare administration, which I have 10 years of experience in.
No, yeah, whatever. I think she just adds years onto. I think she just adds years. It's been 5. It was 5. I don't know why she says 10 all the time.
You don't want me to.
She hasn't been actively involved in it. She doesn't know anything about it. All she knows is Xavier. Fucking Xavier. That's it. I think that's all that goes on in her little brain. I don't know what else. Just crazy stuff. Botox and stuff.
Or excel in, hospitality or management. Fine. There's this effort every time I put my feet into a niche or an industry to sit me down, and I have financial responsibilities. One of them being, eating food.
Yeah, what was it? Last Feral Friday? Either last Feral Friday or the Feral Friday before. She uploaded a video to LinkedIn, and it started off normal, like fairly normal. If you came across this video, you would think, oh, this is just a normal person. But then it devolved into nonsense. And then you're like, oh no, it's Heather Gillespie. She should have cut it off after a minute. I think it was only 3 minutes. Local Coco has it on her page if you want to check it out.
Pay for food. Like, what the... my children, if they call me and say they're hungry, I should be able to send them money. If I decide that I'd like to take a vacation, I have the mental wherewithal to make the money to be able to support that. But it has been 6 years. 6 years. And every single time I take steps in creating and building, they start fucking around again. And it's not like they just start at that point. They have already been doing this to me for quite some time. Quite some time. And if you go back to the One Heather GEE, or the Merciful Storm, or the YouTube, or the blogs, any one of the numerous blogs where I've been writing about this, it's all right there. It's all right there. I wrote a 400-page or just under in handwriting explanation of all of the things
Imagine being with us. I'm hungry. Let's call our homeless mom. She'll get us something.
attempted to do in business over the last 6 years that have been just physically prevented. I'm typing, all of a sudden they close the program that I'm using. I'm writing an email, all of a sudden they erase everything that I wrote, it's nowhere to be found in drafts. I am building a CRM, all of a sudden they surround me with individuals in my immediate setting, and they start tapping on my glass and saying weird stuff to me. I pull away, drive somewhere else, find a comfortable place, start working again. They, inhibit my ability. I send myself an email of the progress or what I've created with chat. All of a sudden I go check my email, it's no longer there. This is ridiculous. It really is.
It's freaking ridiculous. How come you've never finished a book? We haven't tried to be an author yet. We've flirted with the idea, but you need to follow through and finish one of them books and publish it. Let's see what happens there.
I say, fine, to hell with being a successful person. I'll just drive food deliveries around for years, a year and a half, 4 years in total. Is that better for you guys? I'm driving my deliveries, minding my own business, literally bothering no one. That's the next thing that they start, targeting.
I'll probably do we'll probably have to split this because there is 2.5 more hours. Maybe I won't have to split it. I don't know. If I come back tomorrow, then I'll have my camera on.
Heather's not delivering her deliveries. Heather did deliver all of her deliveries, every single food delivery that I had.
Well, then why would they fire you then, though?
To a deliverable address was delivered. And if it was not delivered, I called customer service. That's it. So blocking me from the most basic foundations of income generation and my ability to live a stable life, I'm unclear and unsure as what the goal.
I'd imagine there's some kind of auditing thing that goes on, even just in the background, right? Like they just somebody's checking something to make sure orders are actually getting delivered and stuff, or else no one would use their app. Just like calls are monitored. Not every call, but they audit calls, like customer service calls. So I don't know, dude. They would have looked into it. They're not just gonna fire people who are actually working because there's false reports. If that's the case, that's crazy to me.
For any of that would be. And, I keep on documenting all of this and then just ignoring it and, trying to pivot. How many fucking angles can I pivot? You can only pivot. If one foot is planted, a pivot is when you move the other foot. I've gone around the circle probably about 1 million times already. I mean, I've pivoted so much that my one foot is up here at surface level and my fucking pivot foot is about 5 foot deep. I'm burning holes in the ground from fucking pivoting. What is going on? So anyways, I'm annoyed. And
yeah, I could tell. It's interesting. Heather's content is like ramblings you would have with yourself in the mirror, but that's her show.
And
what the fuck am I doing with my life? We're pivoting like a crazy person. Hold me now. But it's just this is a live stream instead of a midlife crisis in the morning.
trying to make progress, and I'm trying to rise my credit score so that I can purchase a house for my children and and I'm trying to be there for.
That would be the I don't know what it's called, but there's the title and then that little blurb under the title. What is going on would be the little blurb under whatever the title is
Xavier, whenever
of the book or the movie. Or why is James posting to TikTok?
possible, when they're seemingly, taking control of his, I don't know what to even refer to it as, his abilities, his anything and everything other than just sitting on the side of the fucking road. Sometimes they, it's just ridiculous. It's absolutely ridiculous. How realistic is it that someone is going to be heterosexual for 4 years and then all of a sudden put on a dress and start, doing weird stuff, laying down on the side of Lakeshore Drive for a nap in the middle of it? Like, it makes no sense. And there's very clearly something else going on here. And, my main concern with that is that, I am not being permitted to discuss all of the details of everything that has gone on. I have actually been charged with civil indirect contempt for speaking about certain things in an effort to resolve them. So how can I pivot any further? What am I supposed to do to survive and by survive, I mean build my credit score, purchase a home? To me, it's not surviving to be, without a house. To me, it's not surviving to be separated.
I can't stand him. No, I'm just kidding. But I might murder him. No, he's so not.
At Patty Cat Bebop super chatted $2.11. $300 limit credit card, but is gonna buy a house, okay?
Right? Yeah, I don't know. She's delusional. Thank you for the 3, Patty. James either deleted his account or he's blocking me again. Blocking everybody on his following list. He's such a goofball.
Indefinitely or for an undetermined amount of time that no one feels the need to communicate with you about. I don't get it. I'm a grown-up. There's nothing wrong with me. As a matter of fact,
There's something wrong with you.
As I've said so many times, not in an effort to upset anyone, but just in an effort to keep the record straight. I'm able to excel above average in most things, most businesses and most environments. What do I have to do that? What do I have to do? What's going on?
Hardworking diva. What's going on? Thank you for being a member for 9 months.
And so I'm frustrated, and I have things to do, and I have bills to pay, and I have goals to reach, and I'm not understanding why I am not, no matter what business I lean towards, no matter what entrepreneurial endeavor I engage in, it seems to be inhibited from some external third-party source. I'm not understanding, I sang it earlier, I'll sing it again. We the people, in order to form a more perfect union, establish justice, ensure domestic tranquility, provide for the common defense. I would say that the common defense is the right to pursue happiness and earn a legal, ethical wage, right?
Yeah.
Promote the general welfare and secure the blessings of liberty to ourselves and our posterity. To ordain and establish this Constitution for the United States of America. For the United States of America.
I'm shaking my head. I don't know. I'm gonna have to get another phone number to look at James's account. I shouldn't have gone crazy remember that day? I don't know if you guys even watch James, but I went crazy that day and I went in with too many accounts. He blocked them all, and now I don't know. It doesn't matter. I'll forget though, so I should write a note for myself.
Right? Is that where I live? I'm fairly certain it is. So what's going on? What is going on here? I need to make money. I need to, continue my life. I am very frustrated. I have done everything that has been requested of me. My life has seemingly been someone else's, plaything or experiment, or I don't even know what to refer to it as anymore for the last 6 years, possibly up to the last 10 years. Beginning with the David Shepard thing, the Detective David Shepard thing in 2015-16.
Yeah, you guys know the Detective David Shepard thing.
And I have not been able to find a way to kind of shake this shit off. You know, every single time I find something that feels like it's working and I begin to rebuild stability, it's only intermittently permitted. And I'm looking around me. Everyone else has, you know, a nice apartment. I'm doing deliveries in condominiums in the downtown area that are, you know, charging between $2,000 and $14,000 a month in rent, but no one seems to be paying. How do those people get to be inside doing their work and getting paychecks? What do I have to do? What do I have to do?
Get a job and pay your rent. Well, I don't know why she thinks no one pays their rent.
So I'm just frustrated. I feel like this is deja fucking vu.
She has a new attorney that she was going on about, Wayne Jakowski. She said he was her lawyer for 10 years, and I was like, that's not right, because the Nick Albuquerque. What happened to Nick Albuquerque?
All over again. It's so repetitive. It's so redundant. They keep on promising new experiences and new, you know, new...
Chicago, the same place you lived forever with new experiences.
environments and new, just anything, you know, new, and it's not. It's the same shit. It's the exact same shit over and over and over again. Xavier is sitting on the side of the fucking Museum of Contemporary Art, unable to focus on any sort of, you know,
Floppy, thank you for the watermelon.
income producing opportunity.
It's hard with all that art around you, you know?
Space where we were previously held in a fucking moving blanket. We were wrapped up in a moving blanket together through the cold months of winter, just left there. I could feel the rodents run over my back some nights. It was fucking horrendous.
Yeah, remember when a mouse got into the tent and Xavier wanted to mace it? Wayne was the state attorney who put together Dylan's plea agreement. That's interesting. She was bringing him up. I bet it might be this stream. It might be another. It was one of the streams where I was cat sitting. And all I could hear was the air conditioner, her going, Wayne Jakowski, I've been in contact with, ba-da-ba-da-ba-da. And I was thinking, I miss the Nick Albuquerque days.
They promised new, exciting, happy, profitable experiences. Okay, let's see. You know, where, when? So I'm frustrated.
Hey, Bella.
And I do feel this external control, this external, you know, sort of bullying or pulling or, you know, harassment. And I don't really know, you know, who needs to get involved. I don't think I could do more to advocate for myself or prove over and over and over again that I have the ability to, you know, generate a safe, stable, morally and ethically aligned income for myself and my family. And if I will be a part of a demographic where it is deemed, you know, unnecessary to earn money, then I would like to be communicated with in a way that ensures me, you know, mostly it would be acceptable if it was in writing, you know, that ensures me that I don't have any need to earn any income anymore. That if I need clothes, I could walk into any store and grab it. If my children need, you know, money for food, I could just go into the store and take whatever I need for them and bring it to them. If that is not what...
Take it. Betty Dip says, thank you for the fortune cookie.
...is going on here, then I need to be able to focus on financial stability.
We should always be financially stable. That should be one of the first things. We make sure shelter, finances, food and shelter are like the two main things. And then, but you need finances to get those. So really, it's all kind of put together. Like, you need financial stability.
Oh. So, anyways, I'm just frustrated. I've already
Married that shoplifting. It is, yeah.
compiled a list of the top 30. As I was saying, I've already compiled a list of the top 30 industry leaders for several various niches and industries that I...
Hold on, let me try to get her back in sync here.
Pretty easy to understand structure, a plethora of services that I am capable of completing in a timely manner, and a reasonable average for what people in the same field are charging for that service. But as I said, I emailed everything to me so that I could access it from my laptop because I'm not being permitted access to Sheets, Google Sheets, or Excel from my phone. And in an effort to just create my own CRM just on a sheet, keep it simple.
Who are you gonna put in the CRM? What's with you in CRMs? Rolodexes.
That's what I was trying to use. I also cannot still to this day download any external applications that have not already been downloaded to this cell phone. And no one has given me a new phone, and I haven't been, assisted in that. So I went and traded in 2 old iPhones for a Google Samsung, I think it's called a Galaxy device. But I've been having very similar, if not the exact same problems with that device. I'm able to download applications, but it does seem as though any further interaction with those applications has been only in an effort to gain photocopies of my state ID, driver's license, and other
Photocopies, huh? Even the app's photocopies of your driver's license?
documentation. And I have been reporting on this live for the last almost decade now. 6 years at least.
You'd think with an Android, she would be able to find some free apps with like APK or the APKs that you can just download. Yeah, like the iPhone, I guess. Yeah, the App Store is kind of locked in unless you want to jailbreak it, and she don't know how to do that. I think she's just useless. I think she's kind of an idiot.
There is a fucking problem here. If these problems
and broke, but also an idiot.
Have been just on cycle, just to keep going for that many years, for that long. Me creating a CRM and calling
the nefarious apps, Mud Pit, like OnlyFans, probably Tinder or some shit,
and offering them the services that I can very easily provide to them doesn't take away anyone else's opportunity to do the same, nor does it take away anyone else's opportunity to actually learn. I've been doing this and working in various industries, healthcare administration, other administrative capacities and offices, office management, hiring and firing, staffing, brand ambassador, spokesmodel. I've been doing all of this and more for like 20 years now. I'm not a baby in this. I'm a grown.
You've been live streaming a lot for the past. When did I first hear about Heather Gillespie? At least 3 years ago. You did work at the ping pong place. I'll give you that. Not for that long, but I don't know, dude. You haven't been doing all that for that long. It's been very intermittent.
So come on. This is not about I need to be patient. I've been patient my whole life. I got my first minimum wage job for peons and babies and children when I was 14 years old, a little girl. I deserve this now. Enough is enough.
I got a pizza job at 14 years old, so give me a house.
I've been patient my whole life. Come on. Shit. And then, as you can see, the non-predatory environments that I've been promised have become, arguably, kind of predatory in a lot of ways by my definition and standards. And I'm not talking about making sales. I've revisited this thousands of times. Making an ethical sale is not predatory at all. It is not predatory. Making an unethical sale, promising something and then not delivering on promise, that is unethical. It is not unethical for a person to...
Remember Michael Scott's ethics seminar? I don't know, meeting. Let's get ethical.
To a party. It is unethical for a person to go to a party, take a sip of their drink, and realize that someone has put some sort of weird drug in there without their permission, right? This is not rocket science to be able to deem unethical, ethical, predatory, non-predatory. It's really not hard. It's easy. These distinguishments and understandings between what is and what is not, it's very basic. It really is. And so I'm just very, very, very frustrated at this point. I don't want to just drive around with no income coming in. I don't want to just sit on the side of the road in my car under deferment for my car payment this month, hoping that, next month I'm able to pay the bill. I mean, what the hell? And then I have all this on the line communication. Oh, the car payment's been taken care of. Oh, really? Can you put that in writing? Can you get me a copy of my title?
Why don't you have a copy of your title?
Because I'm the only person who's paid on this car payment since the day I bought it. No one else, to my knowledge, unless someone paid it outright and got the title, which would be in my name as the only owner, which where is it? You know, then title in hand, sure, I'll park my car on the side of the road and just sit there patiently for a little while. No problem. But until then, I have bills to pay. I have things to do.
We're not stopping you.
And that's just a brief synopsis of what I'm legally permitted. I only burn matches when you take a giant number 2 and it smells in our very small environment.
How about when you take the number 2?
I do the same thing. Go on. But my number 2s don't smell because I eat only clean foods.
Burn matches
And I drink 3 to 5 bottles of water each day. Go on.
At Cindy_Lou_102 super chatted $10. She keeps saying promised. That is 14-year-old behavior. She really is stuck there. There is no deferred payment. They won't do that unless you have good credit.
Oh yeah, nah, that's true too. She's just I don't know, she's telling us stories. Sometimes I think she thinks if she tells these stories enough, it'll just become reality, which has never happened. Maybe it did happen one time in the past. Like maybe she just said she was going to be on Love After Lockup and it ended up happening. But everything that I've seen her say has not really become a reality. So, but thank you for the 10, Cindy.
To tell you.
She is a 14-year-old mindset.
So anyway, still no responses as to why the other 2 Instagrams have never been put back into circulation. The coco.chanel.ysl, which was a vlog day by day or every other day of my experiences and what I was going through when I was being prevented from accessing employment and normal housing. The second one was after I began working full-time again, 7 out of 7 days of the week for more than 2 years, in numerous different capacities, multi-role,
I can see Xavier being like, let's just chain ourselves to the car like they do with trees that you don't want to be cut down.
hospitality specialist, including but not
Come on, we'll make a statement out of it.
limited to, floor plan, event plan, build up and breakdown of events, appetizer passing, kitchen assistance, serving, bartending, hostess duties, you name it. And then personal driving and delivery specialist, which is everything that you can imagine. Following a GPS, going to a person's home, picking them up, greeting them appropriately, giving them a safe ride to where they were going, etc.
I mean, at least this is more in your ball field. Yeah, you can drive. Not very well, actually. Probably should stop with the driving gigs. But yeah, you can bring food from one place to the other. You can walk with food and drop it off at a table. I hope you can fucking do that. You'll find another job like that.
And so forth. Delivery specialist, going and picking up deliveries, working and functioning within an application-based form of technology to toggle from
Just say you work for DoorDash.
workflow to workflow. All of these things, I was giving a play-by-play on what was going on in my life. So as a baby, I was a cyborg. Baby cyborg Heather.
At Rocky Ramirez 831 super chatted $9.99. Best chat in the business.
Aw, thank you, Rocky. You guys are great. Thank you for the 10.
Out. And that was the My Brand Is Not For Sale Instagram, which was also removed from circulation or from my ability to reference.
Now we're Heather GPS. We're really running out of ideas for brands or names or whatever she wants to call them.
No one can tell me why. So that's 2 Instagrams that give a very thorough understanding.
You should just make her name Baby Cyborg Heather. It's better than Heather GPS. I don't know why I hate Heather GPS so much. It's just so, you know what I mean?
Of exactly what I've been through over the last 6 years that have been removed from circulation. The only other Instagram I have up right now is the mercifulstorm.com. And then I've got this one, what's new to you is old to me, which is also locked. So I am locked out of that one. And then also the Merciful Storm, and then the One Heather GEE, which is, you know, at like 17.2 thousand followers, but who fucking cares? They locked.
Yeah, who cares? Catfish Dog, thank you for gifting 5 memberships. Welcome, good little angels. Oh, welcome, Bella Bella.
It's locked. So I cannot continue, you know, to go through all of this. I have all of the answers. I've shared all of the answers that I could share so that anyone else can.
Oh, GPS for GoPro Solo. That makes way more sense. I mean, okay, I guess it's not. It's still pretty bad. GPS already stands for Global Positioning Satellite or something. I don't know what it actually stands for, but that's probably what it stands for or something like that.
And build the same style of business or something that's suitable for their own level of experience. But, you know, here I am instead. You know, why? What is the purpose of this? You know, and then I was able to go and do laundry this morning. I'm eating sunflower seeds so that I could try to shake off the
parasites.
What is the word that I'm looking for? Not pesticides. There's like,
I think she means parasites. She says that actually in another stream as parasites. I'm just thinking, I wonder if she'll ever put together the etymology? I don't know what to call it. The words, matching words together, that crazy schizo shit. And being like, oh my god, you guys, they stole my eggs. And then Xavier came into my life, the egg savior. He saved my eggs. And we had another kid. You know what I mean? I don't know. I just wonder. I'm trying to see into the future. It'd be crazy if that happens.
some sort of infection when someone or something is like feeding off of your life. Someone unauthorized, right? So not your children, not your loved ones, but just like some random that you don't even know how to identify. What is that word? I've used it like 7 times in the last week and probably 1,000,000 times in my life. Not 1,000,000, but maybe like
The egg savior.
1,000 times in my life. It's not a hard word. Whatever. The point of the matter is I read that sunflower seeds help with keeping your digestive tract clear so that you...
He hit something?
Ones, but just like some random that you don't even know how to identify. What is that word? I've used it like 7 times in the last week and probably 1,000,000 times in my life. Not 1,000,000, but maybe like 1,000 times in my life. It's not a hard.
If it was the something, she didn't phase her.
Whatever. The point of the matter is I read that sunflower seeds help with keeping your digestive tract clear so that you will be less susceptible to any sort of, whatever. Any sort of
parasites.
Unwanted presence within your digestional tract. With that being said, and then I'm drinking collagen water, and trying to budget. I don't know what is expected here. I truly do not understand. I have everything I need to make money and do business. What is the fucking problem?
You're the problem.
What is going on?
What is going on?
It's perceived and very, very highly likely that if we get the original investigators involved from 2020 to 2022 when they were being permitted before the higher authority got involved in 2024.
It's all connected, I'm telling you. Just like her V-Law crap, If she had the twins, Their names were gonna be named like Roscoe and Ricochet or something. I can't remember, but it wouldn't have spelled Vila. It would have said Valara.
Began to say, no, that's not going to continue. You're not going to go stalking this girl, slandering her on the internet, creating false narratives and circulating them throughout, inhibiting her ability to work and earn an ethical living. We're not doing that. That's not effective, constitutional, lawful, ethical in any way, shape, or form.
Vex, thank you for the uncle alert. Oh, it was Ruby and Rafa. Okay.
And it wasn't a problem for a while, and now here we are again. So I would perceive that either those individuals involved in doing this the first time have enlisted the help or solicited the help of third-party individuals that they've basically given a play-by-play on how to fuck with me, or...
I mean, Ricochet would be a cool name for a kid. I don't know if anyone's named Ricochet. If I ever have a son, or if I what was that movie? I think it was Big Daddy. He just ends up with a kid somehow. If that ever happens, I'll name him Ricochet. And I'll just call him Rick. And then when people are like, what's Rick stand for? It's like Ricochet.
It's the same group of individuals. Either way, when do we start indicting on that? Because I'm stalking absolutely no one. No one. I am in no one's phone, erasing no one's emails from their email addresses, getting in the way of no one's goals, businesses, growth, intelligence. Absolutely no one's. Not a single person's. So, that's what's going on today. I miss my children. I am more than qualified to parent them. If I am I'm being harassed all around. They're calling me slow. They're saying that I am mentally handicapped or psychologically impaired.
Who's saying that?
None of which are true. They're making fun of me for having a history of various traumas, using conversations that they've ear hustled on me having with my therapist.
Yeah, if they transition, they could be Shay.
For an ordered service. I have no choice but to participate in that. Otherwise, they're threatening, not to return. It doesn't, I can't say because I'm not allowed to say, but I'm participating in an ordered
It really is the perfect name, the more I think about it.
in completing therapy. And then they're using the traumas that I'm discussing in therapy to fuck with me in my day-to-day experience. So now it's like therapy's not even a safe space anymore. So how do I remain compliant to these individuals who I can't even really make a determination as to whether or not they're qualified to be in any sort of space of authority over anyone, but it doesn't seem like I have much of a choice, right? It seems like in my refusal to comply, they just make things worse and worse. And so I'm at a space right now where this is year 6 out of 10 years of blatant, undeniable, corrupt action. I have been working with the state's attorney, Wayne Jakowski, directly for 10 years. Anytime I am able, and he has already gotten on the phone with multiple other state's attorneys in numerous other sets of circumstances to give clarity that yes, this did happen. It has happened. It has been ongoing.
Oh, yeah, there we go. Wayne Jakowski.
Solutions are presented.
Sorry, I was thinking about names.
Back to normal functioning. My devices seem to be cooperating. There are no issues. And then for no clear reason, it's back to this shit again. And I'm in a space of, yet again, almost near isolation. I have very little intimacy, very little communication,
Well, I was almost going to be an uncle one time. And my sister was like, we're going to name him after you. And I was like, your name is Steve? And he's like, I was going to name him Steveland. And that's not my name, but it would have been interesting.
Surface level communications with my children. I'm not able to jump in my car and just go pick them up. They've lived with me full time their entire lives through the beginning of when this started, literally. And there have been no improvements in any of this.
Uh-oh. Is this Heather Gillespie live? No.
This.
Oh. Jeff Cooper's Daisy's ex started following me. That's interesting.
How I
And unexpected. I thought we were already following each other. Maybe that was another one of Daisy's exes. I wonder what's up in his life.
am now. This is how I was.
The other Jeff. No. Anyways, that's... Sorry.
But I was earning about a lot more than I am now in 2019 and 20. I was selling renewable energy. I was driving around in my Cadillac that was almost completely paid for. I was making ethical business deals on a regular basis, and I was living in my own apartment, waking up at 5, 6 in the morning, going to the gym, exercising, taking a shower, getting ready for work, making sure my children were good to go, following up on parent-teacher conferences. What's going on?
What's going on?
Now I'm in the same set of circumstances after a period of several years of going to work every single day, doing the right thing every single day. I could not have worked more if I had a clone.
You could have, because you did a lot of nonsense. Like, this is all nonsense. Hours and hours and hours of my life has been wasted on your nonsense. So that's how I know how much you could have been working instead of doing that. And then that night you went drinking and other various endeavors that did not make you money.
Well, no, you can't, because your social security. Well, maybe if I had a clone that could do the same things and whatever. The point is, what's going on here?
Point is, what's going on? I really have to clip every what's going on and just see how many times I actually said it.
You know, you want me to be happy is what you say, is what you claim. I'm happy making a nice living, having money in my bank account on a regular basis.
That's right, Amy. Tomfoolery indeed.
Not having to ask for assistance with gas money. Not having to defer my auto loan a month.
Look, Xavier, I'll pay for the gas, but you gotta pump it.
Having zero interaction at all whatsoever with any sort of social services.
I'll drive up to the deliveries, but you gotta make them.
Being with my family, children, and loved ones. Collaborating with like-minded individuals for profitable endeavors.
I love the suburbs.
What's got to go on, you know? Do I have to scream? Like, should I scream? Am I in some sort of
No, why? I mean, probably good for numbers. Sure, you can stream, I guess, if you want.
closure that I can't perceive? Am I in some sort of simulation that I'm driving in a regular world and everything looks normal, but then they flip off the light switch and I'm actually in some sort of large dome driving on some sort of track and no one can hear me or see me?
They go, ha ha, gotcha, Heather Gillespie. We got you again. You thought you were in the real world, huh?
Life is on automate or something? What the fuck is going on?
She was like, no, I knew it. I knew it the whole time. Eat my sunflower seeds. Yeah.
And to you who says PTSD is not one of those things where you just hold them in an enclosure, blah, blah, blah. Here's the thing, sir. Whether or not
It was a male voice this time.
I had a psychological illness that would require me to be in a facility or inpatient or under constant monitoring, let me tell you something about medical law and ethics. Because I know a little bit about it. I have a primary doctor who I follow up with each month. No one has ever deemed me.
Oh, the one that gives you your Adderall? I don't like that doctor. That doctor is like a pill pushing doctor.
A ward of anyone else. I'm my own guardian. I don't have any third-party power of attorney. I make my
I think we should. I think you should get that. I think your parents should take control of this nonsense.
own decisions legally. I'm my own attorney in the case I'm currently handling now.
Which is also a silly thing to say. Like, she's just representing herself. That's when you don't want a public defender. You think you could do it better. So then you just have like one off to the side that'll tell you how to say things based on how you want to present your case, because you don't know how to do that because you're not a fucking lawyer. So it's just silly that she's using it as a credential as if she's like actually a lawyer or some shit.
So even
Or not crazy. I'm not crazy because I'm a lawyer.
if you had some sort of questioning about whether or not I needed some sort of intervention with regards to a psychiatric alleged or implied psychiatric issue that does not exist, you would need to speak with me about that because that's my right.
They have.
I want to know.
They told you you have paranoid personality disorder with traits of narcissism, and you didn't agree. You said, no, I don't believe it.
When do we just grab individuals and say, well, you're fucking crazy. Go over there. You don't get to earn a living. We'll leave you with no food, no income, no way. That's not even how crazy people are handled anyway.
How are they handled? There's help and resources available. You refuse them. What are they going to do? They're going to force you? Be very un-American, wouldn't it?
In what area
You'd be used as a case study. How to spot signs of schizophrenia in your mom.
of the United States of America are individuals not permitted a budget for meals, gas, showers?
I think I said this when I was live. Go to the food bank. Just describing UBI, but go to the food bank if you don't have money for food. Yeah, get some stamps. It's embarrassing, but it's there. That's what it's there for. She's eating sunflower seeds to get rid of the parasites. She thinks she has venom inside her. Even though that's a symbiote. Remember when George Costanza started eating his candy bars with a knife and fork? That kind of took off. People were eating like cookies with a knife and fork. Maybe this is the new thing. Deep in thought.
And I'm not Juliet, unless you're referring to the line of perfume that says Juliet has a gun.
Which isn't concerning or unhinged at all. It's a good thing she doesn't have a gun, not even a BB gun.
Which means that she survives, she doesn't drink the poison, and she fucking murders everyone who's oppressing her out of income, forcing her to urinate in unacceptable locations, and separating her from everyone she wants to be around.
While she eats sunflower seeds. Yeah, that's Juliet. Where do you guys think she's been peeing?
So
That Drake meme. Poison? No, thank you. Sunflower seeds? Hey. And a gun. remotely. Yeah. With robotics. Man, I swear.
What do we have to do, you know?
Well,
Because I know that there are teams that are there, that are real, that have already worked out solutions to what's going on right now with my situation. I
good night, Minnie.
know it. I've been there. Like, I'm in this big empty parking lot, right? There's cars, but like, I'm in the empty spot, and as soon as I stop, a car pulls in right behind me and stops at my bumper. Like,
Maybe they thought that you were there to meet him for the Pokemon card deal.
why? Why are you?
It's more common to see Pokemon card deals going down in parking lots like this than drug deals these days, which is just sad. Like, what kind of fucking society have we become?
Back to that shit. Why are you
Let the kids have their Pokemon cards, god damn it.
back to that? Why are we back to that? Why are we back to the space where I'm being followed and fucking bothered and not permitted to earn money? And, you know, what happened? How do we fix it?
Maybe she should become a Pokemon scalper. She'd be the craziest one.
And no, I don't apply filters. If someone is applying filters automatically, it's not me. On certain days, this is just how I look. I don't know. It's like they allow me to be my best self, and then they pass me to someone else that does not allow me to be my best self, you know? And I don't know what to make of that. Who is the God in these sets of circumstances, you know? What's going on here? And then I thought, you know,
We need a demographic and a what's going on here counter.
maybe if I saw my godmother today, I haven't seen her since my father's surgery for his jaw.
It's a long time ago.
Maybe if I saw her, like literally some days I wake up and I think, am I fucking dead? Am I dead?
I don't even know who my godparents are.
Like, this is not real life. There's no way this is real life. I'm driving around, doing my deliveries, no one's stalking me, then I'm being stalked again. I get an apartment at Broadway in Granville, the 1055 North Granville apartment, number 207. I tell no one that I live there. No one.
Well, then how do people send you stuff? All the boxes of condoms and HIV testing kits and Bibles.
Nobody.
Someone must have known.
I come downstairs, there are boxes of condoms, HIV testing kits, and Bibles stacked up 7 or 8, maybe 6 to 8 feet in the lobby. Days after days after days of this in my lobby. Why? Then everything is...
I miss those pizza commercials. I miss frozen pizza, which sounds insane, right? But I can't eat frozen pizza. You know, I don't know. Gluten-free frozen pizza is probably $20. It's terrible.
normal again. What is going on? What's the fucking problem?
What is going on? Your laugh.
Just does not seem real. So then I'm like, okay, maybe if I am dead, you know, maybe this is what happens after we die. Like, maybe you don't just get to relax peacefully and everything's fine. Maybe you get like driven around, you know, your life and reminded of all these various physical locations that have upset you or harmed you or made you happy or what have you for several years. And
you just scream into the live stream every day.
And so then to that point, I thought, okay, well, maybe if I am dead, right? Maybe if I go see my godmother, she'll pass me through to heaven.
I did not catch this the first time. What the fuck? What are we talking about right now? That's insane. That's more insane than usual. Oh my god.
You know?
I don't know.
So I went over there. I haven't seen her, you know, for a while. And nope, still here. You know? So
You need a guide. The Ghosts of Christmas Past, or whatever that thing is. There was a ghost guide to guide you around and narrate it. Did you drive them off a cliff or something?
still here.
They were like, I don't want to talk to this Heather Gillespie person. She can find her own way. Go talk to her godmother.
I would say that heaven would be a place that would be like a mansion, you know, with like a bed to lay on that feels like a cloud and an unlimited budget. I feel like that's what heaven looks like. Like
You wouldn't need a budget.
just like, oh God, I think I want to have a nice steak. Oh my gosh, there's a nice steak with a side of potatoes, garlic mashed, and some French green beans. You think, oh gosh, I think I would like to have a glass of orange juice. Whoop, there it is. Like that seems like that would be heaven.
There
You know,
it is.
that's what heaven from where I sit. That's what happens, you know, when you're in heaven. Oh, I think I'm tired. I think I'll take it.
That was literally what Chester Bennington described as his worst birthday before he offed himself. But that's Heather's version of heaven.
No problem. I'm not, you know, surrounded by fucking weird creeps that are looking at me through the glass of my car like I'm an animal at the zoo. Just in my bed, safe and sound.
What is going on here? What is she looking at?
So anyways, that's what's going on here.
Oh, that's what's going on.
It's just like they make everything so fucking impossible. I just do not understand why, you know? Or what do I do to fix it? What do I do?
Pick a random person on the internet and just take anyone's advice. I bet you would get even a micro step closer to whatever the fuck your goals are. Because whatever this is, it's not working.
So anyway, yeah. I'd love to continue working on one of my machines that I purchased, you know, or that was given to me. This phone was given to me as payment for about 4 hours of working.
First off, is a phone worth 4 hours of work? Maybe. I mean, if it's unlocked, I guess. That'd end up being, I guess, $250 an hour. What were you doing? Then you got paid with in a phone.
That phone, my laptop, I got that. Purchased that from that warehouse that sells laptops. Tons of laptops.
The warehouse that sells laptops? That doesn't sound sketchy at all.
For $150 to $300 refurbished.
I'm like, on average, I'd say phones on average cost around $1,000, right? Even like the cheap phones, at least the cheap iPhones, they're bumping up to $1,000 now. I think like the high end ones are over $2,000, Canadian at least. I don't know about American, maybe like 1,700 American for like a Pro Max. Am I in the right ballpark? I don't know. So I'm just like, yeah, average, probably like $1,000.
MacBooks, MacBook Airs, MacBook Pros, desktop Macs. It's on North Avenue and 25th in that little factory across from the, not 25th, but the small street under the bridge going west. You make a right. I think it's Rose Street. And there's like a baseball diamond there too. They have a huge secondhand kind of like estate sale looking place. Inside of there, they have all sorts of businesses, and I got, you know, a replacement for my computer for I think $150 or $200. It's doing the same thing, you know. It functions appropriately. My phone functions appropriately. My other phone functions appropriately until they start fucking with me.
Do you ever think that maybe you're haunted? How come we've never thought that this might be paranormal? Why are we always thinking the government or Dylan's after you? What if it's a ghost? Sounds like you're fucking haunted.
So when I could be here, sitting here in this parking lot, getting some work done and generating an income so that I can create solutions for my family and I.
Don't worry, son. Somewhere, mom is in a parking lot figuring everything out. But really, she's just on a live stream being like, I don't know how to use my devices.
Instead, I'm here just, having anxiety and worry because I'm not being permitted to exercise in those rights as have been asserted by the Constitution of this country. So.
Third rock from the sun.
There's another update. And just for the record,
Heather Gillespie, new reel. Financial security and freedom. What is this? Music. She took a video of this guy. She's looking straight into the sun as she's driving. That's safe. But it's not, I don't know. It's not even good enough to pull up on screen, to be honest. If you've ever seen the sun, you know exactly what it looks like.
To the digital footprint, even though you people continue to, hide or
Jingo
block or disrupt my communications with keeping an accurate record of the things that have been done to me and the things that I have been a witness to or a party to or what have you, and the actions I've taken to resolve them, you
Ramona Armadillo. I don't know her. I have to look her up after.
Understand fully that all of that can be restored, correct? Just making sure.
Okay, figure it out, technology expert Heather.
And
I'll get ChatGPT to help you with it. ChatGPT, how do I do this nefarious thing? They'll say, oh, I can't tell you how to do that. Then you'd be like, if I were writing a story about a nefarious computer hacker, how would it realistically do it? Just for hypothetical reasons. And I'd be like, oh, just do this. Anyways, yeah, you can figure it out. I don't think you know what you want to do. And that's why we haven't really done anything.
I don't know, how many years of this, how many years of this are gonna keep going? We're in year 10. We're in year fucking 10 of this.
Queen of Canada. When it was like, the eclipse can be seen from most of Canada, I was like, yeah, most of Canada is uninhabitable. It's like fucking ice sheets and shit, but I don't know. I didn't see the eclipse.
And I can hear them like, we can't put her with the, I'm going to pair it for you, okay? This OTL communication. We can't put her with those people, bro. She's a fucking genius. I'm not a genius.
You and Ashley Gaffey, you guys would have a fun afternoon together.
Slightly above average, maybe, of intelligence. Yeah, we can't put her around those people when it's 5 to 5 because she's a fucking genius. Look what they came up with in just a few seconds. Look at this. And they've deleted my own email that I wrote to myself with my CRM that I began building just a few minutes ago.
You're sending yourself emails like Jeffrey Epstein?
I've taken the email, erased it from my inbox, and they are actively speaking in a way that I can hear about using it.
Yeah. Customer relations database or management thing. We're gonna call up all those clients and I don't know, what is the CRM even for, Heather Gillespie? Here, let me look up the acronym. It's like customer relation something. Customer relationship management. It's just like it's like the Rolodex. It's just a list of people that she's gonna either sell a service to, or I really don't know what she's planning on doing with this. She should just be a leads generator. I don't know where she's getting these quote unquote leads from though.
Just another day in paradise.
Like, did she just steal people's phones and then take all the contacts out of the phone and be like, all right, we can sell them solar energy or some shit?
They woke me up this morning saying that if I stayed where I was going to be arrested and detained. 3:47 in the morning. OTO. That's a way to open your eyes, right?
More than a customer. It links customers to activities, spending with you, calendars, meetings. So she's spying on people? I can't imagine it's that extensive. I think it's just a list of phone numbers and maybe the right names, probably the wrong names beside the phone number. And then she deletes it all and says, nefarious, they're out to get me.
And then it's like the population goes up and down. I'm in this demographic where it's like very quiet, not too many people. I feel happy there. I feel peaceful there. I feel safe there. And then all of a sudden I pull into a parking spot and there are like 6 cars. So there's no one there or just a couple of cars, not a lot of activity as I pull up. As soon as I pull up and park, vroom, 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 all around me. All around me, but there's no communication. There's no one telling me, oh, hi, my name is so-and-so and I'm here for ...
Yeah, no one's ever told me that in a parking lot ever, why they were at the parking lot or who they are. We just mind our own business. And yeah, people around you can be annoying, you know, but they're out in the world too. You're probably annoying to them. I guarantee you you're annoying to them. But I mean, I get where she's coming from. When I'm out skateboarding, and the street, there's no cars or anything, and cars come around, it's annoying because I just want to skateboard without cars. But the road is for cars, right? So I can't get that mad about it.
I have no idea why these people start following me again. I don't understand. I do not understand. What is it that I'm supposed to be doing? There's no one on the phone with my father, I guarantee you. So I'm definitely not a patient in healthcare, nor am I a prisoner. Not of any sort of, you know.
Hold on, just doing that thing again. 47, 15, 47.
Not of any sort of, you know, government system. If anything, I am a normal civilian who is being, you know, stalked and harassed for the last 10 years intermittently with no fucking solutions.
Don't stalk or harass Heather Gillespie. Or else people will say, see, she was right the whole time. I mean, like, I don't know, it'd be pretty crazy to stalk or harass anyone, but definitely don't do it to Heather. Because then it just feeds into her delusions. And it's bad. I don't know why I have to say this. I don't have to say this, I'm assuming, but it's probably someone probably appreciates me saying that.
What percentage of my peer group from my district do you think already purchased their first home?
I don't know. Stop comparing yourself to others. All my Australian friends, aw.
What percentage of them do you think got separated from their children after almost 15 years of full-time parenting for no fucking reason? No fault of their own.
Probably a lot of them. I mean, they all probably think that. I guarantee you there's reasons, though.
What percentage of my demographic do you think is able to feed their kids each day? I'd argue probably pretty fucking close to 100%.
She should go and spend a day in the life of these people and then see what they do to get by, and then maybe she'll learn something and apply it to her own life.
So anyways, just back to, whatever the fuck this is for whoever's entertainment, that is definitely coming at the price of my happiness, financial security, and long-term plan. So turn up, right? Also,
so you don't want us watching the videos? You do want us? What do you want? I don't understand. What do you fuck you want? Why do you make the videos if you don't want people watching it?
mentioning
form of entertainment, monetize your shit. I don't know.
I do not speak in slang, vernacular, or incorrect grammar anymore. I have intentionally brainwashed myself into using very clear, concise, business-like articulation. I do not have any desire to have any regressions or be around demographics that would cause me to have regressions in my ability to speak clearly, enunciate, and have regular articulations. I think this is very healthy for me to interact with others and speak in a way that is articulate. And I would very much appreciate the opportunity to continue, at the very least, my education. If you're not going to allow me to make my own money, at the very least, get out of my way and let me start taking Coursera classes again, even if it's a read-only version.
Yeah. They let Skip take courses in prison. Why can't I get an education? Why didn't she take those Harvard classes that Brooke was taking? The free ones.
What the fuck? Like, if brain rot was a thing, you guys have caused it for me in so many ways. I am not even meeting half of my full potential with regards to learning and understanding and mastery of concepts and the ability to parent and teach my children, anyone, any third party who might.
I would love to see Heather learn a skill and apply it to something. Like we were watching Sean James build his little, what was it? Kitchenette, he called it. That was impressive. I was impressed. I thought he would really mess it up, and he didn't. It was actually not half bad. It doesn't look like the rest of his place, but it's that. Why can't she do something like that? I've never seen her actually take one of these skills, quote unquote, and do anything with it and show us that she's done something with it. MercifulStorm.com, the website, which was made by some kind of auto generator thing, is the only proof of concept I've seen out of her. I haven't read any of her novels or anything, or any of the other things she claims to be so good at.
Interested in learning.
It'd even be interesting to see her start out and get better over time, if that's possible.
Very frustrating. And I have given my fair share and yours of my time explaining and answering lines of questioning and doing all of this. And not only that,
it'll fail soon. I don't know. Let's watch it fail together.
I've been separated from my family members for 6 years now.
True impact.
And then
my buddy Aura, he's like, one of my favorite times, Steve, was the time you were drunk. I don't know if it's one of his favorite times. One of the times he remembers, though, of our times. And I was like, what have you done for America, Aura? And he was like, I don't know.
In the absence of solutions to all of that, why don't they just clearly articulate the expectation? What is the expectation? There is never any directive being given. There is never any identification of the perceived authoritative, control. Never. And then once you figure out, have a little interaction with the authority, you start thinking, how in the fuck is this the authority here? Like, what is this? I don't know. I do not know. So that's what's going on with me. And other than that, it's a really pretty day. I'm so tired of focusing on those types of things when like literal catastrophe is ensuing around me with regards to my finances and ability to do normal, regular, everyday things. You know, like shower. So and then I get to this demographic where they do not permit the advertisement of any sort of products. Like, it's like day by day. That's why I feel like it is partially
There's product placement everywhere.
has to be either the Sharps Modern LASIK as an explanation or some sort of simulated environment, because what is permitted with regards to the understanding of societal norms, ethical norms, norms in marketing and sales, and you know, the propaganda that's being distributed or portrayed in billboards, TVs, etc., and so forth.
Can we get one example? What are we talking about right now?
It's like there's no consistency. Some days all I see are McDonald's. Literally, it's like every time I engage, it's we're passing another McDonald's. Other days it's like THC, alcohol, you know, this drink, that bar, this, you know, it's weird. It's so weird. There's no way for me to know, you know, until I wake up and get there. So, am I supposed to, like, what am I supposed to do? Am I supposed to just, honestly, can there be some sort of direction here? Is the expectation that I just say, oh, well, to hell with it, I guess?
I guess they just put McDonald's and vape shops all around. Yeah, who cares? The hell with it. The hell with it.
I'm not a mom anymore. I guess I'm
Oh, that. I mean, you're still like a, by definition, kind of a mom, right?
a businesswoman anymore. I guess I have no need to generate income for myself. I guess everything is free. I guess I could take whatever I want. I guess.
No, you can't do that. ...
Is that the expectation? Because
all I'm saying is McDonald's. I guess I can just start stealing. How did we get here?
there's no one, you know, coming to where I am and saying this is what is expected. There's no one on the line, you know, giving me any sort of feedback about what's expected. But there are a lot of like shit talkers, you know. So if I could get some direction and communication here on how to continue the pursuit of my goals and stay out of everyone else's way, that'd be phenomenal.
For the first time since, I think, August.
So on this day, Heather wore glasses for some reason. I don't know why. She does this to look smart, I think. I have to pee and smoke a bowl and grab something to eat. I was too busy. Before I came on stream, I didn't eat. I have Sour Patch Kids, though. I could probably just let it play. Should I just let it play? I can listen to it in my ears, but I will be right back in case you're like, where'd that Steve guy go? I'll be back.
It is August. July, maybe. I don't know. It's hard for me to see because we don't have any comments. It appears as though we're live.
Oh, this was on YouTube, by the way. If you're wondering why there was comments and why the quality's bad, I don't know why her YouTube videos are worse than her Instagram videos are on the same camera. Anyways, I'll be right back.
Maybe not. Well, I can give you guys an update. So after 2.5 years of working every single day without a single day off, attending all of the requested and referred services through the alleged agency that has been holding my 2-year-old son since he was 3 days old, they began asking Xavier and I if we were swingers and what dick size we like, with my son sitting on my lap. I don't even know, what to even say to that or how to respond. They froze all of my delivery applications. That's my entire income. And they have not given me any money since that time. I applied to work at a gas station where I will be locked inside of a clear plastic box that is bulletproof. And I got hired, and then the guy called me back and said that unless I could bring in my social security card, which someone had stolen, and I later went to the Social Security Administration and replaced in a series of game playing, fucking antagonistic bullshit games. And I need to go there again and see if I can start, and when. I don't really mind working in a gas station. I would prefer working in a gas station and getting a paycheck than sitting in my car for fucking free all day. There is nothing fun or enjoyable or entertaining or even acceptable to sitting in the car with no money coming in, being prevented from doing what I need to do. I've created a number of CRM entries with chat for various businesses that I could pitch to do any sort of digital marketing for, new business development, website development, you name it. I know how to do it. It's easy. And they erase the shit, or they don't let me continue, or they start hacking into my technology and fucking with whatever I'm working on. Like I said yesterday, there's no way to pivot for me anymore. I've pivoted so many times. A pivot is when you plant one foot firmly and the other foot you move around, right? I've fucking pivoted so deep. My one foot, my pivot foot is like right here, and my other foot is right here. And my legs are like spread as far apart as they could comfortably get without like busting my shit or tearing a hamstring. Okay. So I don't know what the fuck to tell you people. I need to be funded. I need to have an income. I cannot afford to sit around. I have 4 children. Children get hungry every single day, not just one day. I haven't been able to even send my son money for food or purchase Weston a meal, and I could not tell you how long, maybe like a month. And I haven't seen Weston in person since April 20th. So I'm frustrated, and I'm just over it. 2.5 years. I've gone to work 7 out of 7 days of the week in places of employment that I did when I was 4 years old. I'm almost 40. They don't let me evolve. They don't let me grow. They don't let me elevate. They keep me in this space of, responsibility that is meant for a child. And they don't compensate me appropriately or fairly. And it is causing me to, most days I'm not even getting a whole meal, not even one whole meal most days. I work way too much. I work way too hard. And then they start communicating OTL that there's an expectation to dry us out or stop eating. What does that mean? Like, will I die if I stop eating? If not, I guess I'll do it. Doesn't even feel real. Um,
Blah! And
so
I'm back. Why does Heather and James always lose their ID? Why isn't she ever social? Why? And you will die if you stop eating. I don't know why she'd say, do I need food to live? Yes. Yes, you do.
anyway, that's what's been going on. The judge charged me with civil indirect contempt for making a video to share with my sponsors, and in an effort to get a better legal defense, or a stronger arm, as they say, to protect me from these individuals that have been financially
She posted a really long thing. Ah!
Really exploiting me and assaulting me and committing fraud in my name and under my debit cards. And I just went to Whole Foods and purchased what I would usually purchase for 3 to 5 days of groceries. And like as if I were having a barbecue. 4 steaks, 2 chicken breasts, 10 all beef sausages.
Wait, she said that she bought this? Hold on. I was airdropping something.
I just went to Whole Foods and purchased what I would usually purchase for 3 to 5 days of groceries. And like as if I were having a barbecue. 4 steaks, 2 chicken breasts, 10 all beef sausages, hot dogs, flowers for the tables, the charcoal for the grill, I think salad, collagen, or maybe not salad.
Yeah, she found a receipt in one of the hotels that she's been in. I actually have a picture of her in one of the hotels. Hold on. To show that she's been in the hotels. I put in this folder. She just uploaded this. Here, let me put another window. I'm actually gonna let her talk for a bit more while I prep this. Hold on. I don't remember the other pictures.
Collagen protein mix, 3 things of juice, bacon, 2 dozen eggs, Whole Foods, 3 rolls of paper towel, a 12-pack of paper plates, and a 24-pack of mixed spoons, forks, and knives. A body scrub, like a bath and body scrub from Whole Foods, and one of those packs of Go-Go Squeeze, the snack that Weston likes. It's like cinnamon applesauce. So in the car, I eat them too as an adult.
They're delicious. Okay, so this is a picture she took yesterday. I'm pretty sure it was yesterday. She's in a hotel somewhere. Some hotel shit. This is her CRM, I guess. Which is Refine by Tulsi Med Spa. Spatorama. These are just businesses. High, medium. Brand positioning, website conversion, booking funnel, website conversion. So this is the CRM. It's not even people, it's just businesses. And what to do for them? Dude. This is so crazy to me. No one wants Heather to do this. If they did, they'd hire her. There's other people doing shit like this. But she also posted this. This was like just now. It might be something we've read before, hopefully. But for the it looks like it was posted just now to Facebook, and then she posted to her Instagram stories. For the record, I would like to document that I have been keeping consistent record of all the ways I have been mishandled to the best of my ability and judgment. I have given testimony to the way my mind, body, and experience have been used, exploited, and manipulated beyond any comprehensible set of circumstances in the world I know to exist. I am alive and well. I wouldn't know based on everything else you say. 6 years and counting, I have been mishandled with approximately 10 or 11 years since the first time I was extorted into gaining knowledge and insight into criminal investigations after being threatened with harm and separation from my children in the event that I were non-compliant to the demands in this case has yet to be acknowledged by any system capable of offering restitution or financial support as has been deemed necessary for the rehabilitation of my life and family. She just rambles even in fucking text. Oh my god. I shouldn't have smoked before this. I continue to keep track of various medias, including, but not limited to, multiple Instagram accounts depicting truthful record and video of actual real-life circumstances that have been removed on a number of occasions. I would like to be making... Let's go to Local Coco's channel. McChufferton. Let's look at the McChufferton channel. I would like to be making the purchase of my first home by the end of the year for my children and I. As per the usual... What the As per the usual, I do not consent to being human trafficked.
Yes. We love MILFs. Who doesn't love a good MILF?
At DivaKitty706 super chatted $10. Steve, thank you for giving everyone a space to come together and all your time that goes into Feral Friday, weekly to recap the dust and have a fun place. We need to appreciate you more. Pink heart full score.
Oh, you guys are sweet. Thanks, Diva Kitty. Thank you for the 10. I feel appreciated. I think you guys appreciate me. I'm never like, I don't go to bed at night thinking, oh my god, everybody hates me. You know, so that's good. I just go to sleep. When I get tired, I go, oh, I need to sleep now. But I appreciate you guys. Where were we? It said she doesn't consent to being a human trafficked or something. Where was that? Am I crazy? We read this part. Actual real life circumstances. Oh, I do not consent to being human trafficked or used in any way that does not align with my personal goals, values, or beliefs as I deem necessary. I want to experience intimacy with my relationships that is real and genuine, and I would like the dog walking and dolling to be conducted within my social circles be subjected to third-party review. Heather L. Gillespie. Heather Smith wins at gmail.com. You're not Heather Smith, dude. Dylan Smith is an evil man. Why would you even want his last name?
You don't need a spoon for them. You can like drink them like a juice pouch, but it has applesauce or like blueberry applesauce or what have you. It's like a fruit puree or veggie mix with fruit puree. A 12 pack or a 24 pack of those. One of those Mexican authentic chips, the one that comes in the brown paper bag with a little piece of plastic on it, the really, really crunchy ones.
Good little angel gang.
And a 4-pack of strawberry popsicles. And it was $598.
I've just been here doing air duster for 4 days, or 2 days. I never smoked air duster in my whole entire life before this.
At Cindy_Lou_102 super chatted $10. Thank you, Steve, for all you do. I feel like I get my therapy when I'm here. I need to spew stuff sometimes and our chat always comes through.
Aww.
Thank you all. Beating heart, beating heart, beating heart.
Yeah, you guys are a good group. That's why I try to keep assholes out of here. When I see one, I gotta remove them. I think I've been doing all right. I don't even know when the last time I had mods was, so I think we're doing okay. But yeah, no, you guys are great. Thank you for the 10, Cindy.
And I tried every single one of my debit cards so that I can remind everyone who underdrafted my bank account.
Oh, right. So this crazy story about her buying. Where is she even going to store this food? It doesn't make sense. None of the story makes sense. She found a receipt that was left over in one of the hotels. I don't think I saved the picture, but I remember seeing it in her stories. And it was clearly in a hotel room or something, or maybe even at the grocery store itself. She just took a picture of a long-ass receipt. She didn't show any of the food or anything. Is she saying that because it was underdrafted? The nefarious underdraft? Yeah. And I seen someone ask if I saw the video. Are you guys talking about the video of her just looking at the sun?
Several $1,000s. Now I want to remind you, I tried to make that purchase at Whole Foods right now.
I've just been here doing air duster for 4 days, or 2 days. I never smoked air duster in my whole entire life before this.
At super chatted $10. Best community ever. Love Steve and the glass heart hands medium skin tone.
Oh, thanks, Bump Demon. Thank you for the 10.
Guess what happened? Because the money wasn't in the account, the purchase wasn't permitted to go through. Right? Right.
Well, we weren't even going to put that food anywhere anyways. This crazy story.
But those people were somehow permitted to use my debit card information that I never volunteered to them in the first place, so that they could steal money from thousands of dollars from my debit card, not from a credit card that the FDIC will refund, but from my debit card, the only banking card that I have where I can go to work, get paid what I'm owed.
Maybe it's because I just smoked and it's getting late. It's 1 minute to midnight. Is that an Iron Maiden song? 1 minute to midnight, 2 minutes to midnight? I don't know. 1 minute to midnight. Is she saying that the grocery store wouldn't let her buy groceries, but then they stole thousands of dollars from her? Is that what she's saying?
Have the money there on that card. And I just tried all 7 of the ones that they've committed fraud with.
Hey,
And
listen.
none.
Who the fuck is exploiting us? We need help. Help us. Okay. Good. I keep a Glock on me, motherfucker.
At Velvet D3360 super
that
chatted
one.
$19.99. I want the one that says, every single day, every single fucking day.
Oh, I can get that one. Here, I'll grab that one for you, Velvet. Thank you for the 20. I appreciate you.
Were able to go through. Isn't that wild? They can go through for them to underdraft my account several thousands of dollars, but
Underdraft, several thousand. How do we have several thousands of dollars in underdraft, but we can't get a credit card more than $300? Make that make sense.
they can't go through for me to purchase food or groceries or put gas in my car or any of the things that I need from life. It's weird how that works, isn't it?
Very. On the attorney. This is it. This is the one.
Hey, listen.
I'm the one who has a mental health problem. I have been calling my attorney, Ellen Sidney Wise, every single fucking day. Every fucking day. Every day.
Every day. Oh, I could have just played that while she was driving in silence.
Meanwhile, Xavier has filled out 0 applications and helped me with actually 0 things. In the last 30 days, he has not helped me with a meal.
That's a lie. He gave you the hamburger. You were like, who made this? He's like, McDonald's made it. It's from McDonald's.
He gave me 1 hug. I think I've had 1 hug from Xavier, my husband, while I go through actual hell. And I'm just,
You're not very approachable, though. You're always yelling at him and stuff and breaking the crib and saying really awful stuff. I wouldn't want to try to hug you. I think you'd rip my face off. That was Xavier, you know what I'm saying?
I'm feeling like fuck you for real to all of you, everyone, him, everyone, all of you. I was promised never to be put in a position where I did not have my own house
Well, it's time to go to Florida. James is in Florida.
again. I was promised that for everything that I've gone through and all the work that I've done, I would be compensated. I was promised that for everything I went through with Dylan and all of the promises that he would buy me a house for my children and I, that I would get a house. Then the last 2.5 years, I'm working full time and I'm saving every fucking penny that I have extra, and they do fraud on my accounts and steal everything I have and even several $100s that I don't have. Then
Just like, was there like a court ruling? Because wasn't there a thing in the court documents that said that if she's not out of the apartment by a certain date, then they would be able to charge her back rent or something, right? But they weren't going to. Because I was like, what? They're just going to let her not pay rent for over a month? And they were like, yeah, no, so they just want her out by May 1st. And then they extended it to May 6th. And they extended it to May 15th. And then I really wish she would have been live when the sheriffs came and she would have been like, it's a fake sheriff. Everyone's fake. But I don't know how that went down. She didn't really discuss it, so maybe one day she'll tell us. And then we'll go, what? Like when she told us why she left Spin.
I'm talking 6 to 14-hour shifts. I'm not talking about what went on the meter for one delivery and then went off. I worked all fucking day for the last 2.5 years. My whole life I've been working. And now I'm in a space where I don't have my own house. And not only that, but the money that they promised to give me, which was supposed to be a repayment of the money that they already had taken from me for rent, that they said they were going to save They weren't going to charge me rent. No one in my building paid rent. They were supposed to collect
That's bullshit.
rent in money orders because they supposedly knew that I was being robbed and save the money and give it back to me to use.
I'm the one who has a mental health problem. I have been calling my attorney, Ellen Sidney Wise, every single fucking day. Every fucking day. Every day.
At Super Chatted $10, hope Xavier has been going out in his fancy dresses like the classy broad he is. Hitting those Boys Town bars, woman dancing medium skin tone.
Aw, thank you, Bumped Even. Thank you for the 10. Do you want to hear the wet hamburger one? Since we just, I don't know why Ashley's doing doubles. I just made you do that one, Ashley. Ashley, like Ashley.
As a down payment on a house that would have been 20 grand. 20 grand as a down payment on a modest sized home for my children and I would have been in a completely different space right now. Completely different space right now. But instead, they spent the 20,000 or ran with it or what the fuck ever and just said, fuck.
There it is.
Hey, listen!
Who gave you this?
Donald.
Did you spit on it?
No.
Why is it all wet?
I hate you, dude. If you're not gonna eat it, I hate you.
I'm gonna eat it.
I'm gonna go out. I'm gonna put my skirt on and go out.
So-and-so Super Chatted $0.
Oh, yeah. Sorry. It was a test one. I forgot I was going to say that at the end. Anyways, there you go. That's a different soundbite for you, Bumped Even.
Heather, like, we don't care, you know, and I am over it with that. I am so over it with that. I'm always fucking doing stuff. I just cannot. I cannot be calm while they destroy my life. You know, and then how the fuck do you get off having barbecues for one day that cost $6,000 or $10,000 and then making the excuse that there's not enough room in the budget for my children and I? Fuck you.
I don't know. He was having these extravagant barbecues.
Seriously, fuck you.
That are $5,000? 5 to 10 grand for one barbecue?
All of you.
So much food.
Working me as a mole since I was 5 or 6 years old.
Yeah, how? I thought David Shepard made her become a mole for the lurkers and other nefarious things, right? But I guess it had been going on since she was 5 when she got the tubes in her ears. Oh, sorry. I'm connecting all the dots. So they use the tube. This is what I think is going on. They used the tubes in her ears when she was 5 to eavesdrop on nefarious conversations. So she was a mole. Did you get it? I think that's what she means.
What the fuck? And now at 40 almost, I'm 38, but I have an agreement.
Baby cyborg Heather.
My higher authority who installs my hardware and the person who does my injections and all of my maintenance, that I'm locked into the face age of 29, meaning if I went into a mixed demographic and I told people I was 29, they have to believe it.
They have to?
That's our contract.
Oh.
I stay at
It's a written contract, okay.
29 forever. No changes there. Indefinitely eternal youth. Now, with that being said, you know,
Could be a perfume.
what the fuck? You know,
Juliet with a gun's eternal youth.
I want to buy a house. Tired of this shit. Can't even go back to court to deal with this Weston situation because the judge has literally lost her entire mind.
The judge has lost her mind? Hold on. I got the cyborg ears thing, but I want to hear this.
Communicating like evil robot style, 9 out of 10 communications.
Dude, what?
I have no fucking clue what to do, who to tell, who to call, how to get assistance with any of this shit that's going on.
That's just a crazy thing to say. Okay, hold on. This is the Heather thing. The cyborg eyes thing. Which, this is why I think she thinks she was a mole. Thinks that having tubes in her ears makes her a cyborg.
Who remembers children getting tubes in their ears? The best way to get it out is to put tubes in your ears.
So tubes in the ears, that was something they did to me when I was a baby.
You're gonna put tubes in my ears?
They punch us and they put these, they call them tubes. So they implanted that into my ear when I was a baby.
Come on!
So as a baby, I was a cyborg. Baby cyborg Heather.
That's right, you guys. Baby cyborg Heather. So that's why I think she thinks she was a mole when she was a baby. In my opinion.
Have my baby, you know, what the fuck? And now, since I've withdrawn from the case and I'm not dealing with them anymore, unless there's a venue change or a change in staff, I'm not going to continue to go be sexually harassed and then have a judge tell me I'm not allowed to ask for help. How dare you? How fucking dare you? This woman sat on the stand and blatantly disregarded every single thing that happened to me. This
The things that had nothing to do with your custody case? And then they said, let's look at the McChufferton website?
entire time. The last decade of suffering and victimization, I have received not a penny of assistance with resolving. Nothing. I've just been left to handle everything on my own.
One is the loneliest number. I couldn't remember that song. All I was thinking was, God, 2 tickets to paradise. Xavier's missing though we can't go. What are we gonna do? I don't know. Anyways, but it's 1 is the loneliest number. This Heather.
And
This
I've
is
been
what Heather's
asking
experiencing right now.
for a fillet like that. Do you know how much 4 of those fillets were? 4 steak tenderloins. That's what they're called there. Oh, the meat looks so good. $75 for 4 of them. What the fuck? You know, why would you raise me this way? Why would you
To like steak.
raise me this way?
Egg Xavier.
I hadn't been eating meat. I've been eating a lot of rice, fucking cucumbers. Tired of that shit. I need a fucking steak.
You like cucumbers.
I'm hungry. I need a steak.
You can get an affordable steak.
Do they have a Whole Foods in Park Ridge?
I don't know, you turn the comments. Oh wait, no, the comments are on this one. This is the YouTube one.
I know there's Mariano's. I don't want Mariano's. I want Whole Foods.
Isn't Whole Foods that organic place that a steak would probably cost a lot more than just at Walmart?
Because they have collagen flavor packets for my water and a free fucking water fountain to fill up my water bottle.
Alright, calm down.
Fuck off. Stop fucking doing that! God damn it! Fuck.
Stop making the connection bad? I appreciate the passion. I would like the connection to be good too, but we don't need to get so crazy about it. We're not even doing anything important right now. I think she's mad at the connection because it was glitching. So it's probably messing with her GPS too. She's probably just in like a dead spot.
Right.
Should be so.
Fuck you,
Oh.
and you, and you, and you, and you. I hate your bitch, and she hates me too. I'm through, I'm through, I'm through, I'm through, and through. Do you guys want to recall when the higher authority brainwashed me into being an amazing person?
No, it didn't happen. I missed it, right? I thought she was gonna say when she brainwashed me into not listening to music.
And taught me how to eliminate media and swear words and speak kindly and with manners and respect.
Well, that doesn't matter. That doesn't make you a good person. That just makes you. I don't know. It just means you're not swearing.
Class and dignity. And then they fucking inserted me back into this group of straight up scumbag pieces of shit again. Remember that? No.
I remember you not paying your rent for a while and blowing all the money, or you say it was stolen by the grocery store or something. But I don't know. Maybe that's karma if that happened. Kept a whole bunch of money that you should have given your landlord. That's not very nice. Like, if you were renting a place out, you wouldn't want that to happen. Right?
Okay. Well, it's happening right now. So don't worry. If you didn't catch it happening the first time, you can see now. Now it's happening again. So I do like that. There's no space for that. They don't allow me to be with anyone that I like. Don't you see? I'm fucking by myself or with some version of Xavier that treats me like fucking shit. I hate him. I will never forgive Xavier for this, ever.
Ooh, we gotta send this to Xavier. Be like, man, she's really mad you won't get in the back seat and do your toenails and shave and back there and make garbages that she'll complain about. She is lost without you.
Ever, ever, ever. He has pledged his allegiance to someone that is not me.
Who is it? Your kid? His dad? Some other homeless lady?
Period.
Found a foot statue to worship or something?
Who has a healthy husband marriage when their husband only gives them one hug in 30 days? It's not even like I'm just lounging around the house, like living a soft life. Like I am all fucked up on a regular basis mentally over what the fuck they are doing to me.
Nah, be worried. Be worried she like start punching you or something, you know? And then she would blame it on the voices or the people taking over her body. Not my fault. They made me do it.
It's like they have an agenda. Like from here we'll go to here, from here we'll go to there, from here we'll go to there, from there we'll go to here, you know? And I just walk around the world just going to their places that they want me to go, doing their things that they want me to do, you know. I was just working 7 days a week and minding my own business, but I guess that was boring for them. You know, no one wanted to see Heather working 7 days a week, paying her bills on time, minding her own goddamn business.
That's why you named everyone in the court? Was that why we did that?
Deep fake technology. Anything else? My security team.
Deep fake technology. I was deep faked, you guys. You would never believe I could say crazy stuff like that, you know? As I say crazy stuff. Yeah, it was deep fake technology.
And my protection are around and moving around. So I will continue to remain
So she deleted this live. So this is what I was able to grab from it. And then she came back and kept the other live up.
confident in their integrity. With that understanding,
I am going to make myself another 5-gram protein collagen beverage. And
This is where she said she has sponsors again, she says. I remember because I thought, did you just spend money on a hat? As if someone gave you money and we spent on a flippin' hat?
try to carry on with my day. I don't want to really report on certain things that they're doing to me. I was supposed to go, so I applied to another position after they disconnected my deliveries. And the position that I applied to is
Don't say it.
collagen and protein. It's only $1 something at Whole Foods, and I use half one day and half the next. But anyways, the things that they're doing to me, I don't really know how to document them. And I don't really know if, I don't want to spend my life just calling the police every morning. You know what I mean? So
It's crazy if she does do that. They must know that she's crazy too and actually believes the things that she's calling in, or else she would get charged with abuse of 911 or misuse of it or whatever it's called.
anyways, Xavier's been kind of refusing to move around most days. He's staying really, really stuck.
He won't even do Pilates with me.
And then when they do something to us in the morning, I start to feel like, well, did Xavier have something to do with that? Because
Yeah, Xavier's in on it. Xavier is getting people to stalk and surround you or whatever you think is happening.
if I'm expressing to him that I feel uncomfortable in this physical location and he refuses to move, then wouldn't it almost seem like he could possibly be involved in a collusion of some sort with them? So that's what happened last night. And usually I get up and
With the black guys? Because she's about to be like, there's a bunch of black guys. I thought she was saying black eyes at first, but then she clarified and was very clear in what she meant.
between 3 and 5 a.m. I'm super uncomfortable with these circumstances, but doing my best. And literally he wouldn't go somewhere else last night. And then we were surrounded this morning when I woke up by these people. And I know they want me to say something like this. I know they did that on purpose, and I don't know if I should fall into the trap of saying it or if not saying it is the real trap. You know what I mean? So anyway, they surrounded us, and I'm talking about multiple, more than probably 8 people, super dark black eyes, the darkest black eye that you could imagine. And it's really weird to be surrounded by this type of person, because typically in a group of individuals, white, black, brown, mixed, you might find maybe one of those dark black eyes.
What the fuck are we saying right now, Heather?
Not really, though.
Not really, though. So I'm just picturing Nathan Fielder just casting for the darkest black guys you could possibly find. He puts out a Craigslist ad and he's like, you almost made the cut, but you're just not dark enough. And then I need you guys to surround Heather Gillespie's car when she wakes up so we can bait her into being racist, all right? Because she's just not being racist enough these days. So we really need to get it out of her. What the hell? That's not happening, dude.
Most of the time, you don't even see those really dark black eyes or girls. And so I woke up and there were literally 8 to 12 of them. Not kidding. Surrounding my car in Borello, vests, mocks. So I drove away from there. Xavier refused to get in the car. I freaked out and called his dad and told his dad, please, can
Called his dad? What did you say to his dad? Xavier is hanging out with a bunch of dark fellas. You need to get down here and get control of your son. This is every week. I'm like, oh, she can't get more racist.
check on him because I don't know what's going to stay you know, or, you know, try to find more opportunities. I'm supposed to go into that box, that bulletproof box for at the gas station where I feel safe and like where I feel like I can work without them like getting to me. But then they never let me start after promising that I could. And I don't know. That's about all. So anyways, I was supposed to go on Jason Palermo's birthday party boat yesterday
Who's Jason Palermo?
with George and Jason.
But she brought it. I remember this. She brought Xavier, and they wouldn't let her on the boat. But I don't. Who were these guys?
And they said at the last minute that too many people showed up and they didn't want Xavier there because they don't know him and he's a guy and they don't like guys they don't know on the boat.
And he's smelly.
And
And he's probably taking pictures of everyone's feet.
like, okay, well, Xavier started wearing a dress and developing breast tissue in April or May of this year. Like, I have been around this, you know, demographic for 15 years as a trusted individual with intermittent work experience in not only the nightlife industry where they are both from. Jason does real estate, I believe.
Heather's just shocked. Usually Heather's, I guess, you know, the kind of kooky friend that the other friend gets denied access to parties and clubs and stuff. It's like, we would let you in, but you're with Heather G over there, and she's kind of out of this world, so we're not going to let you in, all right? We got to turn you away. But now it's happening to Heather because she's with Xavier.
But also,
If this is even a real story, which I just like to pretend to believe for the sake of the story.
in addition, daytime hospitality services, Ping Pong Social Club, Northwestern Hospital. I was at 2 blocks away from the downtown Chicago area from 2004, I believe, or 6, or somewhere around there. I have it written on my resume. The point is, I wouldn't bring, you know, a random just dude onto anyone's boat. I would always ask first, and what.
But you didn't this time.
So I applied to a couple more jobs. There was someone offering pressure washing, which I think is so fun. I used to clean boats, and we used to use a pressure washer to clean the boats, and that was a lot of fun.
When did this happen?
So
when was this on her resume?
I saw 2 openings for pressure washing today and tomorrow in Lake Villa. So I applied to that for Xavier and I. I'm like, hi, you know, we're a dynamic duo who can definitely, you know, handle pressure washing for 2 days. They're paying out at $20 an hour. And okay, sounds good. 5 hours.
So that one, she freezes like that. And she comes back on this one. She's gonna be power washing you guys. That's the big plan now. Always up to something.
Yeah. So my other live got stopped because they alleged that my phone was overheating.
They alleged it was overheating. Why are we okay? Whatever. Yeah, allegedly it was overheating. You guys.
I think they want there to be certain documentation of some of the fucked up things that these people do to me.
You were going on about power washing. Let's get real here. You weren't saying anything. You weren't breaking any news stories or anything or blowing the whistle. You were talking about power washing.
Because they don't want them to go down in history as being scumbags, but they are scumbags. So anyhow, I called to try to find some assistance. I couldn't get Xavier to leave the area. He was, Hey, listen. And then they change Xavier. They allow him to force me to watch him treat other people nicely. I hate them.
At Patty Cat Bebop super chatted $2.11. I am stuck on dynamic duo in power washing shaking face.
Jesse James, power washing at the speed of light. Thank you, Patty, for the 3.
Like, just blatantly refusing to leave the area. So
They messed up all the mods. They did an update, and then they took out the cool battle thingies, and then they put them into some other thingy, and now they don't mesh well together, and everything is a mess. I can't believe they did. I can't believe they did that.
called his father,
Never updating anything ever again.
who did not answer, and I have not been able to get a hold of anyone else. I spoke to him briefly on the phone after that, and he seemed to be okay.
But the right stick is inverted now. Remember that was a big issue? I was like, I wish I could invert this. But everything else is broken. So, I mean, there's a little bit of progress and 10 steps backwards.
But still behaving in a way that's, out of character for him. So, yeah, they woke me up like that. Between 8 to 12, super, super, super dark, the darkest shade of black that you could imagine, guys surrounding my car. And I ran away. And I asked Xavier to get in the car, and he refused. And again, as I already reiterated, the reason why
I thought it was a reference to ketchup for the longest time.
it's not racist, but worth mentioning is because in any mixed demographic, you will be hard-pressed to find one of that darkest shade of black person, let alone a dozen of them surrounding your vehicle. So that's where I'm at with it. And I am going to continue on my journey of trying to find my path, a better path for me than the one that has been permitted thus far. And that is about it. I do have sponsors again. I do have a surveillance team again, and I do have a protection team again.
Well, I don't know who the protection and surveillance team are, but the sponsors are just people who give her money. At least that's who they were in the past. And she'd be mad sometimes. She'd be like, I don't know what the fuck this is. She got a Frappuccino one time. She's like, this is a kid's drink. Ah. And then she's like, the sponsors are only buying us these rice bowls or cheese pizza that keeps constipating Xavier. She was always beefing with the sponsors. Makes me shake my eyes.
Period. So, yeah. You guys have a great day. I called and left voicemails for all 3 of my children. They haven't responded yet. Hopefully everything is fine with them and no one is subjecting them to the same various forms of harassment that they continue to subject me to. And I'm not quite sure, where to go from here with all of this. I really don't know. Is it, a plausible path that I will just spend the rest of my life relaxing?
No, you're not Dr. Truth.
Could we have made it to that space of existence?
No. No, and this is why you don't give Heather Gillespie money. Oh, I guess I could just stop trying now. I don't even know what we were doing when we were trying. Just making spreadsheets of nonsense and deleting it on ourselves. Hold on, I gotta, resync her here.
I don't know. Maybe.
No.
Maybe not. I guess we'll have to see. So, for all of the fake Xaviers who have come in as Xavier, who are not really Xavier, who have been a part of the fuck you team or the kill team, I would like you to redirect yourselves immediately. And that is not a threat. That is absolutely a warning. And yesterday I did run.
I would be scared to be Xavier right now.
To one of them at the gas station, Amico, on Irving and York Road, right behind the Walgreens. At which point he asked me several disrespectful questions in a disrespectful way, and then threw a $5 bill at me and walked away. I don't know what to make of that either. And I don't know where the
He's been doing drugs on the streets, man.
Xavier is. Yesterday, I spoke with him all day. He, checks in periodically, but it's been very, very scary, and I don't understand what's going on. So, and all of what I just said is 100% truthful. You guys have a great day.
Hi, you guys. So, just for some updates, I'm still doing everything, to fix the situation that's been going on with the being followed around to all my jobs. Every job that I've gotten since 2020 has resulted in some sort of issue where the employer is either being contacted or people are showing up there, posting photos of me, stickers of me.
Don't do that. Don't do that if you're doing that to Heather Gillespie here. I don't know why it's making it all weird.
Since 2020 has resulted in some sort of issue where the employer is either being contacted or people are showing up there, posting photos of me, stickers of me, things that I guess they think it's funny or maybe a joke to, find someone in a space of suffering and do a
I mean, she'll mess up things on her own. Don't contribute to her narrative.
frame on their face while they're crying.
Yeah, apparently there were stickers. I don't know. She didn't take a picture of the stickers. But they supposedly had a QR code that would go to, I don't know what website either. I'd love to see one of these stickers. I'm curious.
Or, not feeling their best and post it everywhere or, whatever, what have you. I don't even know. I can't even keep up with the lies that have been told about me, even as recently as with my deliveries. 2 weeks ago, this Monday, yesterday, I believe, that just passed, I was in the middle of a delivery, 11:30 in the morning. All of a sudden, the entire application went offline, no warning, no nothing, and I haven't been able to log back in. And then the way that delivery applications work is that you can apply to them even if you are not permitted to work, or they say there's no demand, or they say you did some too many mistakes, or your arrival times were too long, or what have you. You're permitted to re-sign up every 90 days. So there are people who have been doing this for many, many years, as their main.
It's not a good policy. Is that legit? What if it's something really bad? Like you kidnap someone 90 days? You can go back on the app?
Source of income. For me, however, despite the fact that I have not done anything wrong, there have been just a lot of inconsistent reports and callings and just harassments, very similar and very in alignment with exactly what was going on at all of the brick and mortar jobs that I've gotten. I've also, considering that I have far more education than a bachelor's degree could provide, and when you add in real world experience and the implementation of electronic medical records and technological understandings and hiring and firing with regards to the processes of promotional modeling, spokes modeling, events, trade show staff, things of that nature, I have a real difficult time trying to find any or all reason.
Trade show? When did you go to a trade show? Sorry, I'm chewing food. What? Trade shows?
As to why I would be, out of everyone in the workforce.
When she was selling the glasses? The glasses she sold to the bikers?
Not working. I've worked 7 days of the week for the last 2 years.
Oh yeah, we've I think if you're talking about the arrest video, the body cam, I covered it I think a couple times, but it's on Crazy Train's channel. Crazy Train got it.
I started working right after Weston was born at the Ping Pong Social Club, and I worked full time 5 or 6 days out of the week for approximately I believe 11 months. And I was working the last 2 months. So after 9 months there, I began driving Lyft, and I was doing DoorDash, Lyft, and working there all at the same time, and literally working 7 out of 7 days. And I had a single room that I was renting.
near Irving Park in Lemont for $700 a month, Xavier and I was paying the entire thing, myself. He hasn't been able to find work. And then following that, I got the apartment, the Granville apartment. And I was promised, no one there was paying rent. And I was promised that all of the rent that I was paying would be saved and returned so that I could use it for a down payment on a house. That everyone understood what had gone on and what was going on with my jobs and all of that.
If everyone understood this, can I get like one person to come in and explain this to me? I think it's just everyone in Heather's head. Because this isn't a thing. I swear to God, this isn't a thing.
And that the deliveries were supposed to be customized to a situation that would work given the circumstances.
They weren't giving Heather Gillespie preferential treatment on the delivery apps. Come on now.
It went from being, I would say, $1,500, to $1,700 a week of reimbursement to about $500 to $800 a week. And I was still somehow finding a way to manage with that until 2 weeks ago, Monday, when they removed the app from circulation for me. And then I've been warding off all of these nefarious, narratives. It feels like my life is being lived on 6 different days that are all being perceived the same day, with a different group of individuals keeping track of what goes on day to day and with a different narrative running in the background. Like Monday is Monday and Tuesday is also Monday, but for a different authority, if that makes sense. And it's inconsistent and it doesn't really have any known causality that I can make sense of. There may be other people who can, but I truly cannot.
I really don't even know what she means here.
And it's affected, my life significantly. If on the first Monday, I have the understanding that there is an expectation and I'm following through with that expectation, but then the next day comes, it seems like I'm being looked at as if my behaviors are, weird or unexpected when I get up and go to work or write another website. I wrote another website a few days ago, or yesterday actually, for AI implementation, website development, new business development.
Ooh, I must have missed this. What is the new website? Does she link it?
Which have always been something, some skills that I've been able to do fairly easily, especially with the AI components that we have available to us now. And so I, more than qualify for many different jobs. It's gotten to the point where things are being nefariously externally controlled, even though the authority in the situation has promised that they would not be. My Cadillac, as you know, was stolen in 2000.
I forgot about the Cadillac. Oh my God, I thought you were going to steal that Cadillac.
22. And then I bought a new car, this car that I'm in right now.
He's just a dragger, bro. He's a lingerer. Xavier, hurry up, please. Pardon me, sir.
At Cindy_Lou_102 super chatted $5. You can't understand what she's saying because she's just talking gibberish at Steve Delive.
Thank you, Cindy, for the 5. But sometimes I'm like, you know what? Kind of makes sense in a crazy way. Ex-Lunch Lady Forever, thank you for gifting 10 memberships. Welcome, good little angels.
And it seems as though I was being, played to pay.
Ooh, I think I found it. Maybe. Yep. I found it. I found it, you guys. Are you excited? You guys might have already seen this, but I haven't. I don't know if I should be excited, actually. It's probably nonsense. Go Pro Solo Business Development. Digital Marketing AI. Elevate your brand, develop your business, expedite and simplify your process, generate more. More. And we scroll down and it says business development, digital marketing AI. Growth doesn't happen in silos. Go Pro Solo brings together the pieces businesses often manage separately. Business development, find opportunities, build relationships, create revenue. So what I mean, I got to make a fake business and just give Heather the reins to it and see what she does. She'll run the fake business into the ground. I'll be like, Jesus, jumping, how'd you do this? I'll like end up actually losing money somehow. I set this up so this wouldn't happen, and you found a way to make it happen. That's crazy, Heather Gillespie. Digital presence, create a website and a brand experience that earns attention and trust. Marketing, turn visibility into conversations, leads, customers, and repeat business. She doesn't know anything about this. I think AI just made this, to be honest. Attention to detail. So, like, it looks nice. It's crazy that crazy people can make professional looking things nowadays, huh? This isn't nice on the eyes. I'm not reading all that. How we work. This sounds interesting. Your growth journey has a GoPro Solo. Or it's a GPS. I guess, like, it's a play on words because GPS means GoPro Solo, but it's also fucking GPS. 1. Discover, audit the business, brand, website, marketing, processes, and opportunities. 2. Strategize, prioritize what we will create the greatest impact, or what will create the greatest impact. Build, develop the digital marketing, sales, and automation infrastructure. Launch, put the strategy into motion. Optimize, measure, learn, improve. Scale, invest more heavily into what works. Only 6 steps. No unnecessary complexity. No technology for technology's sake. That's why. Heather Gillespie. If we click Heather Gillespie, where does it take us? Oh, just home? It just takes us home. About Heather Gillespie. Why does it say Smith in brackets? You're not Mrs. fucking Smith, dude. Why are we taking Dylan's last name? You guys were not married, and he's your evil ex. He's your evil ex. Anyways, a multifaceted professional bridging healthcare, business development, marketing, and client experience. Heather Gillespie is a versatile and highly experienced professional with more than 20 years of experience spanning healthcare administration, clinical support, business operations, sales, marketing, experimental events. What experimental events? Hospitality and client relationship management. Her career has been defined by an ability to step into complex environments, quickly understand the needs of a business. She thinks she's Gordon Ramsay. She thinks she's fucking Kitchen Nightmares here. And its customers, and create an organized, professional, engaging experiences that produce results. With no examples. Literally no. She's just like cooking this up in her head. She's really faking it until we make it here. She's never done this to a single business before. Today, Heather brings more than 11 years of experience in experimental marketing. Is that what I've been watching for fucking 3 years? Is experimental marketing? Damn. That's one way to spin it. Brand representation, sales, and business development, representing national and regional brands like Target, that we pronounce as Target, at major trade shows, conventions, activations, and promotional events. She has worked with brands and agencies to execute campaigns from concept and planning through staffing and on-site execution. Her event experience includes major Chicago area conventions and activations. Why is it? That says activations, right? The hell is an activation? Such as the Chicago Auto Show, Chicago Boat Show, Chicago Fishing and Hunting Show, National Restaurant Association Show at McCormick Place, and the Microsoft Surface activation at Toyota Park? What the hell is that? The Microsoft Surface activation at Toyota Park refers to a promotional brand marketing campaign held June to August 15th. 2015. Brand ambassadors and marketing professionals engage soccer fans at the stadium to demonstrate Microsoft Surface devices and highlight their unique features compared to competitors. What is that? What the fuck is activation have to do with activate Windows? Did the AI write this and just get confused at what the fuck activation means? I don't understand what that means, but okay. Just a whole. I don't want to keep reading. This is so long, dude. The Heather Gillespie approach. Heather believes successful business development is about more than just simply generating attention. It is about creating meaningful connections that turn attention into relationships, relationships into customers, and customers into long-term brand advocates. Her combination of healthcare knowledge, marketing experience, sales expertise, operational understanding, and customer-focused communication gives her a unique perspective on business growth. Whether working behind the scenes or representing a brand directly, Heather brings professionalism, creativity, organization, energy, and a genuine commitment to helping businesses succeed. Yeah, she's just good at everything she's ever touched in life. She turns everything into gold. That's like, you could tell just by reading this, even if you don't know Heather Gillespie, that this person is obviously faking something, because no one is good at everything, right? You should really just focus on the stuff you're actually good at. I made a fancy looking website that's easy to read in most parts, other than the, what was that one part? Other than this part is stupid looking. The rest of it's alright. It was probably just a template, to be honest, so I shouldn't give her too much credit. Anyways, that's Heather Gillespie's new website. I was familiar with mercifulstorm.com, never seen that one. Sorry if that was kind of boring, I was just interested, I haven't seen that before.
Just under $1,300 or $1,200 a month that was just basically being intercepted by individuals who were claiming they were owed. I don't really know.
Bruce Lee. Call Bruce Lee! Alright, how to do it?
It's very confusing, very difficult for me to keep track of or rely upon any
He'll work for you.
of the authorities in the situation to be consistent from day to day, which is causing a lot of issues for me. It was right before the time that I was about to, I was in my apartment for 1.5 years, ready to bring my children back in and create a format that permitted, a safe space for us to spend time together, et cetera, and so forth. And as I said, 7 out of 7 days a week for 2 years, working anywhere from 6 to 14-hour shifts, just to make, $500 to $800 a week. It's a lot. And I've been doing this and sustaining this workflow for a very long time. And when, that becomes a problem, there's always this inquiry of, or this kind of claim that I need to pivot, that I'm not pivoting. I need to pivot. I need to be flexible. I need to do this. I need to have a
stupid pivot thing. She talks like AI because she's a cyborg.
Well, my ability to do any of the things that I've been doing, staffing, promos, deliveries, personal driving, administrative, anything, depends upon very heavily and very largely the nefarious, kind of malicious bothering that's taking place. Some examples that I'm currently dealing with. I know I've told you guys about the lines in multiple times where my voice has been used, my situation has been used to speak in ways that I traditionally do not. I have gone through with a higher authority and discussed a lot of different concepts. I intentionally chose to withdraw myself from a lot of content consumption across all platforms, from music listening, from even TV watching. And there was just like 2 or 3 movies that we were listening to when I would get very anxious when it would be bedtime. And even that, I'm not doing anymore. And in that detox, if you will, from any sort of media consumption, the point was, in looking through everything that I had been going through and have already overcome, there was a nefarious third party external to my situation who communicated in no, uncertain terms that there was profit to be had in my suffering and in my situation, and that they were willing to do what needed to be done to, profit from my situation, even if it meant causing the perception of a regression with regards to old issues with PTSD that I haven't had in many, many years. Now, when things are actually happening.
Let's stop right here for the ambulance. Everybody watching for this ambulance, we need to identify this ambulance. Clearly trying to intimidate. Ambulance. Flage, fake as fuck, Flage. 870107. Murder them. Ha ha ha!
At DivaKitty706 super chatted $2. She posted some more BS on FB an hour ago, rolling on the floor laughing.
Oh, thank you, Diva, for that too. Was it this? The for the record, blah 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 blah. I think that was what 11:49. Yeah, this was an hour ago. I read this. It wasn't that. It was just her AI talking like a robot nonsense. I appreciate you though. Thank you.
They have repeatedly written them off as a PTSD response or something along that lines, or along those lines rather. Instead of naming it what it really is and coming up with solutions for that. So, I did go ahead and make another documentation of the events that have been taking place, recently. But it was communicated to me that they didn't want me working anymore because of those nefarious people stealing that money. I paid over I want to say between 20 and 23 grand for one bedroom at the Granville apartment, one bedroom with a small restroom, under the impression that the money would be returned at the end of the lease agreement, which was May 2027, so that I could use it for the down payment of a house. Now, no one else in the building was paying rent. Those people were either squatting or living there after their leases had expired for some reason or another that I don't have clear communication.
No, that was you. That was you. If their lease expired, maybe they were on a month-to-month basis because they worked out something with the landlord because they were good tenants. Unlike you. What the hell is this you're talking about?
Or proof of.
I need to... someone sent me a different t-shirt co-packer thingamabob. Drop shipping thing that I think I can integrate into YouTube, but I haven't made any designs. I'm really bad at designing things. Like I'm bad at sitting down and just like doing it. And Teespring was a pain in my ass. It was. I'm not gonna get into it. I'll just complain about it. But and then they didn't even pay me, and it took 6 months to ship a shirt. So I just have like PTSD from the whole t-shirt experience. But eventually, I will have t-shirts again. Eventually.
But to be, one of the only people in that area who's paying rent, even the woman who works as the landlord there has an apartment there and doesn't pay rent. It's ridiculous. I was the only one paying. And for some reason, they, after promising me that that's where I needed to stay and kind of forcing me to stay there, I attempted to leave when they first started with issues again. So they did the flooding my lobby with big boxes. Big moving boxes stacked 7 or 8 feet tall on some days, of HIV testing kits, of Bibles, of condoms, calling me GoPro solo hobo, and writing my legal name and leaving it there with, a photo packet of printed out photos of me, crying for assistance during my pregnancy with Weston, when I was, actively calling for help, calling for housing assistance and for solutions to the situations that were going on. It's not funny. It's not productive. And it's, causing a lot of issues just in general, none of which have anything to do with PTSD. It isn't a PTSD response to not want someone to flood your lobby with a bunch of boxes addressed to GoPro Solo Hobo with items that create some sort of inflection of promiscuity when you have a history of being sexually assaulted in cold blood after being forced to walk back and forth from the O'Hare area to downtown for several years at a time intermittently, right? Can you imagine being so exhausted after walking for 4 or 5 days with just a few 6-7 hour periods of sleep that were uncomfortable, that felt unsafe, that you had to pack up all these things, bring them all back, push a 300-pound cart. I mean, that was not a fun time for me.
I remember the cart days.
And I didn't do anything wrong to deserve it in the first place. So to go through something like that and then to have someone approach you and say, you look awful, like you haven't slept in weeks, let me get you a hotel room, no strings attached. Let me look out for you this one time. You've been a really good person. You've, spent a lifetime of building others and businesses and supporting others, doctors, CEOs, corporate executives, and everyone in between, your children, your family, your friends, etc. Let me look out for you. Let me get you a room. And I say, okay.
I think she quit because she said that she didn't like her regional manager and she didn't get the director of sales position. So she was like, I knew that was the beginning of the end, but I think she quit.
All he has to do is get into the goddamn car so that we can go driving around waiting for orders.
At Patty Cat Bebop super chatted $2.11. Enjoying the shooting stars with Homer Sparkle's dizzy glowing star.
I like the background. It's a nice background. Even when I'm not around, you got Homer sitting there. It was one of my favorite scenes, and I jazzed it up. All those sparkles and shooting stars and shit, I added those. Homer didn't come like that. So, thank you. I'm glad you guys like it. Thank you for the 3, Patty. And Josh, thank you for the sparkles.
I go to the room and then I'm too exhausted to run away and I'm being sexually assaulted, right? So
well, that's terrible. That's terrible, Heather Gillespie.
This is not acceptable. It's not constitutional in any way, shape, or form, nor have I ever agreed to take part in anything like this. And for that reason, it was deemed that my apartment was the safest place for us to stay and that would not be, even up for negotiation or to be, discussed further until there was a better living situation created in the understanding that I have always been capable, willing, able-bodied with regards to work, promotions, even something as simple as work from home style of working, where I
work from the car,
be creating copyright or website development or helping businesses with the implementation of AI features that are easy to use and that I could roll out either in person or on the computer remotely.
Right, but like people could just use ChatGPT for that now, or Gemini, or whatever's out there. They don't need a Heather Gillespie as a middleman because it's very, it's not coding or anything. It's just telling a prompt what you want to do, and then it does it for you. So why do we need Heather to do that? Why do I need to tell Heather Gillespie what I want to tell ChatGPT? Why can't I just tell ChatGPT? You know what I'm saying? So no one's going to hire her in this day and age.
With that being said, it's been shocking. It's now 28 days since I've been in my apartment. And it's now been 2 weeks since Monday since I have been working full time. I've had little odds and ends of income. I worked a promo for a group of, it was like a...
Nah, this isn't live.
An inspirational public speaking style of event for some children ages 8 to 16, I want to say, in the North Chicago area. And I was paid for that work. That was, I want to say, a week ago Saturday that I did that job, and then I've been applying to little gigs and odds and ends jobs that I can find on Craigslist, like power washing, for 5 hours for $20 an hour. 2 people are needed. I applied for Xavier and I both. That would have been $440 in 2 days, $220 for each of us. And they, did not allow that to go through. They said that was not safe. They could not have us leaving the area. I have literally gotten into my vehicle and driven as far as possible. And it feels as though there is some sort of bungee.
Mud Pit has very limited merchandise
attached to my bumper that when I reach a certain area, they just pull me back in. And I do not have a clear identity on the authority or what they're planning from day to day or what could be causing this, but they are certainly communicating with me and others, about these things repeatedly. And it's just, it's a no-win situation as it stands. I need there to be solutions that are in alignment with the flow of, living a lifestyle that doesn't include being subjected to anyone else's victimizations or abuses. And I need time to focus on rebuilding my own life before these people keep on pulling me into the line of fire to help them with theirs. With that being said, I've been accused multiple times when I've had like $80 in my pocket, but my rent's due in 2 weeks and I'm saving for my rent. They have come into my apartment at Granville. They have taken things from me.
The pillow. Remember when she said her pillow was stolen?
On a number of occasions, and there are police reports for that. Again,
And they pooped in her toilet?
they fall right in line with the consistency of the rest of this case, which is no follow-up, no solutions, no one has paid me back. Several thousands of dollars have been withdrawn from my bank accounts. I have the debit cards in my wallet. I went into Whole Foods and
Tasia Gutierrez? Tasia? I don't know if I'm saying either of those names right. Thank you for the unk alert.
grocery shopping. And I said to myself, you know what? If what they're saying to me is true, that everything is going to be fine,
Tatiana. It's Tatiana.
that they're, aligned,
What the fuck did I say?
arranging another apartment, etc., and so forth, I'm just going to go ahead and go grocery shopping. That's it. I'm going to go grocery shopping. I'm going to trust that when I get to the register, I will have the money that I'm supposed to have in my account, as they've promised.
Yeah, that's not how grocery shopping or money works.
And of course it wasn't there, and then I'm there giving them 7 or 8 different debit cards that I've had over the last 2 years that have all, with the exception of 2, been subjected to some sort of fraudulent activity, underdrafting my bank accounts and taking whatever money was in there plus a deficit. I shared with you all that I got a credit card, actually, not a debit card, my first credit card with a $300 credit limit on it. I can't even file.
What is the underdraft in? Okay, why is it doing that? My computer wants to, I don't know, have a seizure or something.
A claim with the FDIC. They maxed out the card right after I got it. It only had a $300 limit. I used the card one time for approximately $40 worth of a purchase. And then when I tried to use it again the next day, it said declined. I called. I don't know if the call was boxed or intercepted, which has been another common theme. But all of the promises that they make for reimbursement and for recovery and for restoration with regards to giving me back my items, my money, my property, my homes, my, all of these things, they have not followed through. When Xavier and I were staying next to the police station at Addison, right near Wrigley Field, numerous issues occurred. I have a receipt right here. I was pulled over, surrounded by 8 or 9 officers, at least, yelled at to put my hands on the wheel. I have a receipt for the stop.
I don't think it's called a receipt, but yeah, she has a ticket or something. Let's just call it a receipt. Tatiana, thank you for becoming a Guild Angel.
Yelled at to put my hands on the wheel and not move. They opened my trunk. They went through my wallet. They went through my purse. They went through my bag. If you were
And stole her debit card.
to the early set of issues that I've reported consistently, when I was assaulted in 2019, the very first time I was ever assaulted, I was stabbed on my side body by 3 women with screwdrivers.
Side body.
The police in that set of circumstances took some things from out of my wallet or in my glove box that were valuable, money or other things. And it feels like they've just been curating repeats or copycats of all of those things that I've already gotten through and healed myself from and repaired myself from. No one followed up with me. I never got victim services. I never got any compensation for anything that's been lost from me. Nothing at all. And with regards to that credit card, when I called customer service under the impression that it did not ever get, the call never actually went through to them, whoever answered impersonating them said, oh yeah, there's no available balance. I said, well, I only used it one time for $40. It was supposed to be a $3,000 credit card. When it arrived, they said, oh, you were approved for up to $3,000, but they decided on $300. No.
Yeah. That's what happens when your credit is crap, dude.
That's not the way it was, communicated to me when I agreed to take this credit card. It was a $3,000 spending limit. When it arrived, you guys offered $300, and then I spent $40 on that. They underdrafted that card, saying that I owed them a $100 membership fee and that there was no available balance on a $300 card. How do I call the FDIC? And
Oh, well, some of those really crappy credit cards have an annual, what is it? Just an annual fee. And it's like $200 a year or something just to have the credit card.
file fraud on those transactions when there's no transactions. It's just this alleged credit card company, and it's
a alleged credit card company.
reputable. It's a reputable credit card company. It's not some fly-by-night organization. It's a major known bank. And, when I try to call over and over and over again, it's just the same, as my father would call it, shuck and jive.
That's racist, apparently.
That they've always been giving. It's just lie after ignore it, after, make a promise, after insure, after, just all of this bullshit. It's just been nothing but lies. Nothing but lies.
My first credit card was like $3 or $4 grand. And then they kept upping it all the way up to 12 grand. And then I maxed it out. And then they were like, whoa, cowboy, what are you doing there? And I was like, I'm being crazy. And then they closed it. And now I gotta pay it off. It's like down to 10 grand now, but like still, what a crazy life.
When we were at the apartment, the very first day that it was communicated to me that they didn't want us there anymore, or that it was the date that they didn't want us there anymore, I attempted to go and get a storage. I was still working full time. I packed all of my belongings. I wrapped my sofa in movers cellophane. I packed everything I had. I attempted to go load it into my vehicle. They would not permit us out the door. We were completely sanctioned to that unit, and we were told, a number of times as I communicated that was the safest place for us. And
that's a good question, Mike. What did I buy? I don't even know. It's when I was working, though, like working a real job. So I just figured, I'll just pay it off. But then I lost that job. And now I just do YouTube. And it's not really a priority at the moment.
Until there was another safe, acceptable living situation for us to go to, we would be staying there. And I'm very unclear as to how they did an exact repeat, but minus the battering ram.
Battering ram.
From the Montclair apartments. When I was living in the Montclair apartments, I brought, a bed sheet to Harwood Heights law enforcement. I explained to them that, my door was unlocked when I woke up, that I had reinstalled new locks, that no one from even property management had copies of those keys or locks, but that yet somehow, there was no sign of forced entry, but somehow my door was open throughout the night and there were stains all over my bed sheet that I was laying on. I was scared. I didn't know what to do. I put it in a plastic bag. I secured it. I brought it to law enforcement on a live video on my previous Instagram. Law enforcement came to the lobby. They collected the sheet. There's been no follow-up from that. No charges filed. No victim services. So, and that was one of many situations that was taking place at that apartment. Yet for some reason, rather than communicating with me in a way that adults communicate with each other, there were 3 members of fake law enforcement who were permitted, with the use of a battering ram, to batter ram my door down, to destroy my belongings,
destroy the property, the landlord's property, destroy your belongings. It's not your belongings. It's not your door.
Force me out of my home.
And you already wrecked that door. Come on, you were like unscrewing the locks for some reason to be like, oh my god, you guys.
And with very little, time to prepare, I had to get rid of the majority of my belongings again. And it has been, it's perceived that for some reason, some low-life individual or some individual with a complete and total lack of compassion, understanding, legal issues, constitutional rights, any morsel of ethical compass or direction, you know, and God forbid they have any sort of creativity. They've just been doing all
Be more creative with the nefariousness you're subjecting me to.
of the same victimizations that I have already endured over and over and over. There was a second bludgeoning. I mean, look, then they told me no, there wasn't a bludgeoning, that was for an apparatus to be installed to keep my face young and tight so that I didn't have to have any more Botox or Juvederm or Restylane or Rivones, etc., and so forth. I wake up one morning, I look like I'm fucking 18 years old. I'm loving it. I'm like, okay, I see you. The next morning I wake up, it looks like someone, you know, put me to sleep on some sort of uneven surface. And there's all these patterns and lines and shit all over my face.
So, did Xavier throw you over his shoulder or not? Did you get some sketchy back alley beauty thing?
I don't know how to control it. I don't know how to cope with it. I don't know how to, you know, live through it. I don't know what is expected from day to day. I am unclear as to who is communicating with me in the position or role of authority. I'm concerned about what's going on with my significant other. He wants to remain nameless now after 4 years of being included in my videos.
Okay, guys, forget Xavier's name.
Because he's, you know, feeling some pressure as well. You know, and I don't really understand it. So, you know, with that being said, I have been subjected to numerous threats if I share certain things. I have not been given an outlet for communicating those things to anyone for the purpose of making them stop. I have only been ignored or responded to appropriately with a few days of appropriate action being taken, surveillance, you know, protection, etc., and so forth. And then as soon as I began to believe that those things are real and that, you know, those things are accurate and reliable, they start the shit up again. I'm very unclear as to how I could be living in the United States of America with a lease agreement, paying my rent every month, working 7 out of 7 days a week, but none of my neighbors pay anything. The money was
Do you even talk to your neighbors? You were really mean to that one neighbor.
taken, nothing was given back to me. And then they were stalking me to my lobby, piling up boxes full of that paraphernalia that said all of those terrifying things, you know, combining those with those slanderous, you know, narratives. And there have been no arrests, to my knowledge, no investigations. I've requested numerous, and I mean more than probably 20 times, for there to be an internal affairs review, for there to be a private third-party investigation conducted as to what has been going on, for my content, geotags, photos, etc., to be reviewed, and for there to be a chronological timeline based on the AI that is relevant and completely useful, based on the forensics with regards to my bank accounts. Where have I deposited? Where have I withdrawn? Where have I spent? When have I been receiving money on a regular basis? In what city and town was I at? What location was the ATM? There are easy, very simple to use methods for cleaning up and removing deception. Who is around me on these days when my voice is...
What a great spot to put in a sponsor that I don't have. But Incogni, you know, if you have nefarious personal identifying information on the internet, get Incogni, and then you can, I think you can, like, cite specific things and they'll get it taken down for you. Supposedly, that's what I hear when other YouTubers pitch their sponsors. I tried to get a couple sponsors and I did not hear back. So then I gave up on trying to get sponsors. But anyways, I don't know if we could do that with Heather Gillespie because her stuff is just stuff. We're just listening to what she said. You know, she could probably get her own videos taken down, I guess. Anything that does have personal information in it for sure. But other than that, like everything else is fair game.
Is being, you know, broadcast through my own body in a tone, dialect, candor, speech, verbiage that I don't use on a normal basis ever. Who's around me during those times? Who's permitting that? Who's receiving? Who's watching? Who's in the comments? Who's in the, these trends, they're not, fly by night pieces of information that don't mean anything. When I'm taking photos of someone's license plate, chances are it's not because they were just driving behind me innocently. Chances are, if I've got a photo of someone's license plate in my car, it's because one of multiple
In my car. I thought she meant in her phone, just like, she can't trust her phones. They keep getting blocked and stuff. She just Polaroid pictures of people's license plates in her car.
things. Either I've perceived them to be following me for several days, either I recognize their vehicle but don't know how I know them or what they're doing there, or because they're doing something to victimize or to create a predatory environment, like, brake checking or speeding up on my bumper or flashing their high beams and blowing their horn for no reason, right? So
maybe the couch is about to fall off.
If the rhetoric says that because I've gone through that, they wanted, someone to understand what I meant, they were clarifying what I meant, that's why they did it again. Listen, you could go to any YouTube or Google and you can ask for a video demonstration of what it means to have someone, pull up onto your bumper and flash their high beams. And Google will have a million examples. You don't need to continue to curate all of the things that I've already gone through, right? And they did something very similar. I want to mention when I was at Montclair and they batter-rammed my door down, one of the supposed sheriffs in sheriff's uniform was actually a nuclear technology former employee of the Cardiovascular Institute where I worked with Dr. Parag Doshi. When I was working there, that woman was a nuclear technologist running nuclear stress tests. And she is not a police officer. And I've called numerous times to verify. That is the woman who came into my place, grabbed me by my face, with multiple other people in uniform, alleging that they were working for the sheriff's department. And
I wonder what she was saying and doing when that happened.
Forced me from my unit. It was later communicated that my name was never removed from that unit. I don't know if it's still on there today, but that new groups of individuals were living in that unit with the unit being listed in my name still. It's very confusing.
That doesn't make sense.
For me, they allege that they did the same thing at Montclair.
Maybe they have Incogni, and Heather's just the last one that shows up on white pages or something.
I went there probably 12 hours after I left the building, and there was already someone living in my unit. There were external exhaust fans installed in the windows. There was activity from within the unit. I don't understand.
So I just picture Heather in a bush across the street with binoculars, like peering in on her old unit, being like, look, they put fans in. There's activity in the unit. Those poor people. Those poor people who might have been on a waiting list, like an actual family who needs housing, and they can't get into it. They're like, yeah, no, I know we said this month, but that crazy lady's still in there. I know I said next month, but she's still there. And they're living on the streets or in shelters or something. Like, I'm shaking my eyes.
How is it possible that
now they're being stalked by Heather?
Am doing all of the right things, engaging in nothing unethical, nothing unlawful, doing everything I know how to do. And even still, I've been...
Well, and the toilet, because apparently there was shit all over the toilet.
Eating one meal a day or less on average for at least the last 4 months, at least. I am very, very thin. I have dramatically decreased my diet, and that's not because I don't get hungry. I do get hungry. That's because I don't have any money. I have been working like an animal to support these causes, these needs, these bills, these after I'm communicated that everything's been taken care of. And then my money, as soon as I'm making it, they're just finding another reason. If I'm told, oh no, your car is taken care of, you don't have to worry about that. We found the person who stole the Cadillac. they took care of the car in exchange, right? Okay,
Huh?
great. That's what they communicate to me. Fabulous, right?
I don't know who they are, but you must be an idiot to listen to them, right? Like, this is not like some deadbeat boyfriend or something. Don't worry, I got it all taken care of. Then you find out he hasn't been making the mortgage payments, he hasn't been making the car payments, everything's up for repossession. He lost his job like 6 months ago. He's just been hanging out in fucking Walmart watching Spider-Man 2 every day. He's made a friend with a guy there. You know what I mean? Like, it feels like that, but it's the voices in her head. So why don't we just stop listening to those guys? They're obviously never right. Like, come on, man.
But then because I'm not spending that 800 that month, all of a sudden they curate that I have 7 days of heavy menstrual flow. I've got to go through 1 box of pads every single day. I'm ravenously hungry. I've got
A whole box of pads every single day. That's not normal. Is that normal?
3-4 meals a day. Maybe my phone, that I'm using stops working. I've got to go pay $90 to get my phone unlocked. The screen's not working. I went to bed with my phone intact, sleeping on my bed with the phone right next to my head. I woke up, the entire fiberglass on the back was shattered. I'm using a case, it's safe, but that's another $90. So I'm living my life in a way where I don't have a social structure. I don't have any friends. I'm not allowed any contact with mostly anyone.
California menopause?
My family is under the misconception that I am lying about everything that I have gone through, or a lot of it. They're very confused as to how to handle everything. I just went to the suburbs to speak with my godmother and try to communicate to her what's been going on. They have communicated to me that I have a video camera in one of my eyes. The first person who bludgeoned me thought that I had a video camera, was trying to smash the box by hitting me repeatedly with the tire iron.
Yeah, you shouldn't do drugs with homeless people. Like, if you meet a homeless person on the street, you don't offer them to sleep in your car with you while you do drugs together. That's probably not a good idea.
They've called me a cyborg. They've called me a robot. I assure you, blood comes from my body when I menstruate each month, and blood comes from my body if I have a cut or a contusion of some kind. I bruise. There are bruise marks on my ankles and wrists sometimes, which would indicate that it would be highly likely that someone were moving my physical body, either by holding me by my ankles and my wrists, or something along those lines. Why would I have bruising around my ankles and wrists? Why would I have that with no recollection of any physical injury? And
I guess that is why people think they have ghosts and stuff too. They'll wake up and it's like, there was a scratch on me. The ghost must have done it.
so, all of these things together cause me to believe most certainly that there has not been an acceptable solution thus far for moving past this. And that my best bet is to just attempt to continue to gain freelance forms of employment. And when I stop moving.
Why isn't she like Peter Parker? Why, Peter Parker takes pictures of himself as Spider-Man, sells them to the Daily Bugle or whatever the hell the newspaper is. She could take pictures of herself, right, and make it look like she's creeping on herself in the bushes or something. Like, just set up the camera in the bush on a timer and then make it look like she's buying, I don't know, something nefarious, and then she could sell it to the drama channels or something. You know what I mean? She could be freelancing for herself. She could monetize the hate.
It gets way worse.
Tony Michael Johns, I turn hate into money.
Way worse. For the last at least year, I have been driving around the Chicagoland area all day.
By a radioactive cockroach.
Every day. 14 to 18 hours some days. When we were going to the visits at Hillside, when I was going to work downtown, and then going back to Oak Brook, and then going up north to Lake Villa. And then, this is a lot of commuting that I've been doing for the majority of my day, every single day. And
good night, Leanne. I'm tired too. but we only have 25 minutes left, so I was like, we could probably get through it. 25 minutes is enough to do a whole stream, so we can do it. We can do it, you guys.
Now I'm in a space where when I stop moving around, the drama that surrounds me, the name calling, the perpetuating of false narratives, the blatant intentional, misconduct with regards to intentionally with premeditation and planning and curated engineering, causing and inflicting emotional distress, the plan spoken aloud to quote unquote regress PTSD. All of that is unlawful and unconstitutional. And I don't know how else to say it, but no one can live this way. There's no one that can live this way. And so when I stay moving, that is limited. When I am stuck somewhere, that's all those Jeeps driving around with those little ducks on their windshields. It's like that's how many sitting ducks are just being blatantly abused and psychologically manipulated and just fucked with. You know,
What the hell are we even talking about right now? I don't get the ducks thing, but she's gonna be like, oh my god, what a twist when she finds who's keeping me here. It's you. You're the problem, dude. It's unlawful. It's nefarious. Yeah, the decisions you make borderline on unlawful, some of them, and they're nefarious.
And it's sick. It is sick. It is every single time I see one of those Jeeps driving around with those ducks, I can't even believe it. You know, it's like a joke. Like they think it's a joke. It's not funny. And I can't help myself but to wonder, have they ever been on the receiving end of any of this pressure, antagonism, lines of questioning, interrogations, accusations, extortion attempts? Because it's not funny, and it is enough to cause someone's entire identity and reputation to be in question. There are certain things that I'm willing to do to survive, and then there are certain things that I'm not willing to do to survive, right? And I have spoken those things to my trusted loved ones and other advocates a number of times. I am not going to be able to survive in certain circumstances. They have made that incredibly, true and certain. And I don't know at this point, at this juncture, I'm 6 years in from being intermittently stalked and harassed, sexually assaulted, the 2 bludgeonings, the stabbing, being punched in my head for no reason by strangers, falling asleep at one point.
I hate when that happens. I hate when I just get punched in the head by strangers.
And being woken up by being punched on my head, a number of things. And it's been about a year, I would say. Well, it's been about, I would say December, maybe January. It was, I want to say January. Yeah, it was January that I was bludgeoned for the most recent time. And it just looked like a transformation of character. The person was someone I trusted and, appreciated and have spent many, 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 many days and nights with, who has never harmed me. And it looked like their entire face changed. I have a video of the interaction. Their eyes were literally glowing like red and orange. That's not AI. That's not deep fake AI. I swear to God to you, I was holding the camera in my hand, looking through the lens, seeing this seething, just it was very scary. And the person had no recollection of the event the next morning. So there's certainly been a lot that's taken place since January. Knock on wood, I haven't been subjected to any of the physical assaults that I know of. However, I am waking up sometimes with big bruising at my ankles and my wrists or my wrists. That is unexplainable.
But I'll show the video? What video?
Have any sort of recollection of injury or having harmed myself in any way, shape, or form. In addition, I do feel as though
Oh, you guys were talking about the video she took of Xavier and his eyes going red? I want to see it too.
So as a baby,
I was a cyborg. Baby cyborg Heather.
At Cindy_Lou_102 super chatted $5. It's a Jeep thing. If you know, you know, you know.
I don't know. I guess I'll have to look it up. Thank you for the 5, Cindy. I will. Look at these little ducks in the Jeep.
Causal issues have remained, concealed. The things that have been going on in my life have been commonly misrepresented as confusion.
There's just a lot of ducks all over Jeeps. I don't understand. What's up with... I don't get this.
Fear, PTSD. While I'll admit those 3 things have been recurring themes, most of the things that I label them accurately. So if I'm saying that something has taken place, you should rest assured that what I'm saying is reliable. And with that being said, when I'm having symptoms of PTSD, that's what I will label it as.
Okay, so when a fellow Jeep driver likes your Jeep, they'll leave a rubber duck on your car, and then you put them in the back window. This is insane. How come I've never heard of this before? People do this? People are just walking around with rubber ducks to put on people's cars? What the flip?
That's what I will label it as.
It started in Canada.
So, in the understanding that, I'm not incapable, or unable to detect certain things that have been taking place.
I wonder who started that. I want to start something like that. And then when people are like, oh yeah, I started that duck Jeep thing. People think I'm crazy, but I wanna start something like that. I don't know what we're gonna do.
Or ill-equipped to articulate them. I'm not quite sure what, the expectation is moving forward. And I can let you know, I don't, want to participate, nor have I signed any contracts or agreements with regards to my participation of further exploitation of the true circumstances for which I've already survived and lived through, being used for any sort of entertainment feature or anything like that, with one exception. I created a show for myself called The Coco Show that is...
It's a nonsense show.
Satirical variety show that is of the comedy and rom-com origin. That's it.
It's just this. Whatever the fuck we're listening to right now, it's just that.
That is it. And that was a show that I was self-producing, that I have not had very much dialogue with anyone on further, production or, circulation. So I need some direction here. I need to understand.
Let's stop right here for the ambulance. Everybody watching for this ambulance, we need to identify this ambulance. Clearly you're trying to intimidate. Ambulance. Flage, fake as fuck, Flage. 870107. Murder them. Ha ha ha!
At Patty Cat Bebop super chatted $2.11. Excuse me, Steve, but you started the smile with a halo.
Oh, the good little angels, the less true. But it's not putting ducks on Jeeps, Ducks on Jeeps just seems so much cooler for some reason. Thank you for the 3, Patty.
Know that the area is safe, that, the authorities locally are still employed here, and that there is a clear line of authoritative intervention for situations like this, because there's just too much going on here to not have a clear line. With regards to the surveillance, the alleged LoJacks and audio devices that have been placed in my environment, including but not limited to internal in my body, and in my vehicle and in my apartment and in several other locations, I never say anything that I expect no one to hear. So I've been telling my children since they were very young, always,
Yeah, the FBI is always watching like Santa.
no matter what you do on the phone, no matter what you do in your house, even if you think you're alone, pretend like the FBI is always watching you. I've raised my children to think that way. I've raised, myself to think.
So as a baby, I was a cyborg. Baby cyborg Heather.
At Cindy_Lou_102 super chatted $5. If you pass another Jeep on the road, you must wave. It's just a Jeep thing.
Thank you for the 5, Cindy. So much Jeep etiquette.
That way. So if I'm saying something out loud and it sounds to you like it is a problem, that's probably because it is a fucking problem, right? So if I'm saying it out loud, it's probably because I would need some sort of, assistance in handling whatever it is that I'm saying aloud, right? And, I'm pretty sure that goes for any and everyone in 2026. We're not, ignorant to the fact that our phones, our tech, our TVs, our you name it, all have the ability to monitor what we're doing, what we're saying, what we're watching, what we're consuming, the things we're going through, etc., and so forth.
Right, so that's not out of... Everybody knows that, right? But then the narcissism comes in when you think that somebody is actually infiltrating that tech to spy on you. Because no one is, because you're not that important. And you say everything online publicly. So why would anybody need to do that, It's for advertising, so they can sell your data to advertisers. So they can advertise it too. That's pretty much it. But there should be more security, and there should be an opt-in thing, not an opt-out thing. There's like TVs now where everything is fucking already opted in. Like it's just siphoning data from you, and like your microphone's always on. There was a clause in one of the TVs that said it was your responsibility to let the guests in your house know that they're complying with wiretapping laws because of the microphone and this shit. So it's like, there is some truth to what she's saying, but the level of delusion is high because, like I said, nobody's fucking actually listening to anything Heather Gillespie saying that isn't on public live stream.
And I don't think I'm alone in that understanding. As a matter of fact, I know I'm not. And this is not a conspiracy theory by any means. This is just what it means to be alive in 2026. Can I tell you guys, I went to apply at Volvo yesterday. And when I did so,
You're not Piddle Monster.
I met with a gentleman who was sitting at the front desk. He was nonchalant about my, showing up there. He didn't seem very happy to see me or welcoming. And he did seem to have a little bit of a chip on his shoulder. Maybe something was going on with his own personal life. Who knows? But
she wanted him to sing the Be My Guest song from Beauty and the Beast when she got there.
He asked me for my resume. I perceived that he was asking me for that in kind of like a flashback to the 90s kind of way. They began engaging the man, who was not the manager, by the way, but they began engaging with me in a format that I have not engaged in with regards to the acquisition of employment in quite some time. Many, many years. It's been many years since I felt like I needed to print out my resume and hand it out. I've done it when I was completely desperate, in those first 3 years where, everything was going on with regards to the show and then the stalking and then the subsequent, environmental issues that took place as a result. I was under the impression that, and I could be right, I could be wrong. I, to this day, have not had confirmation from the authority face to face. The confirmation I received from the authority, which is why I refer to them as the perceived authority, is usually either on the line, through email, over the phone, over text, and sometimes they identify themselves. Many times they don't. So with that being said, I need a plan here. I need
Will Smith and Tommy Lee Jones. Come on down. Here's the handoff.
a way to be okay. And I'm not speaking from a perspective of psychologically. While of course we all need that, I'm more so referring to the fact that if I were incompetent psychologically for the decade plus that I worked with the most prestigious doctors in the Midwest,
Oh my god. Yeah, they let you fucking take phone calls and stuff. And you were competent enough for them not to fire you. That doesn't mean that they were medically evaluating you, which would be probably against some kind of law anyways. They're not your patient. You're not their patient.
um, they would have noticed, right? And if I were psychologically inept,
You're better at masking back then.
I wouldn't have been able to show up for work sometimes 2 to 3 jobs at the same time on the same days for 7 out of 7 days of the week for the last 2 years.
Adderall gives you wings. You can do, lots of crazy people can do a lot of stuff for a really long time before an episode comes and then they deteriorate.
I wouldn't be able to properly handle and document the situation that has been ongoing since that time if I was really experiencing all of these issues. Lo and behold, yes, absolutely. In response to antagonisms and baiting and badgering and stalking and harassments and thefts and all of that, I have absolutely had some moments where I feel as though grace needed to be permitted to get me out of those responses. I have commonly said, all right, guys, I've reached my saturation point. I've got nothing left to give you psychologically, mentally. I've got no further explanations. I've answered about 20 hours of interrogatories. I have nothing left in the tank. You know, I've got to get some rest. And they've still fucked with me so bad that I just say some hostile thing, right? That I would never say under normal, circumstances. And that's not wrong,
It is you being able to not control yourself because you're putting yourself in situations where, there might be some criticism that you don't like, is wrong. And you gotta get some self-control. Little missy, what the fuck?
Having a response like that in the line of interrogation after 6 years of harassment, stalking, etc. And then let me remind you, 10 years, almost 11, if you include the extortion from the detective David Shepard and the conditioning and coercion that I was experiencing throughout my relationship with Dylan. So we've got to get, a better line of communication. We've got to figure out where to go from here for everyone. The authority already deemed that it was unconstitutional and unlawful to have people without a safe house to live in, a safe housing situation, meaning they were not permitting structures, tents, people sleeping on the fucking sidewalks. Every person was to be matched with an apartment, and that was communicated to me directly by the higher authority since day one. So I am very, very confused as to how we've gotten back here. I'm very concerned. When the alleged sheriffs showed up to my apartment, they did appear to be TV actors. One of the sheriffs was the actor from the show Young Sheldon.
I forgot about the Young Sheldon sheriff. Wait, which one from Young Sheldon?
One of the sheriffs was the actor from Drew Barrymore and Adam Sandler's movie, 50 First Dates. So,
Young Sheldon.
Hey, listen. Let's stop right here for the ambulance. Everybody watching for this ambulance, we need to identify this ambulance. Clearly you're trying to intimidate. Ambulance. Flage, fake as fuck, Flage. 870107. Murder them. Ha ha ha!
At Cindy_Lou_102 super chatted $2. Those eyebrows are insulting.
Great, thank you for that too, Cindy. I mean, they're getting a little better. They're not as wonky as before. I'm just picturing the guy from 50 First Dates. He's like, oh, Mr. Peanut Butter Cups. That guy, and the dad from Young Sheldon. I don't know if that's the guy she's talking about. That's the ones I'm picturing in my head.
What in the fuck is going on here is my final question. And what needs to be done about it is kind of the second half of that final question. I know it sounds funny for me to say these things, but I'm not joking. I'm really not. If I heard someone else say these things, I would probably think the same thing. What in the fuck is going on? This lady must be imagining this. I am not,
I know, right? I got evicted by the Kool-Aid man.
So given that we know the very first person who batter-rammed my door down was actually a nuclear technologist who I worked with at the Cardiovascular Institute with Parag Doshi, it's not that far-fetched for me to know, that in this second curation, these individuals are definitely also probably not sheriffs. And so what do I do?
Okay, well, you didn't think that the eviction was real either, even though they stopped taking your money and you were going to court for it. Multiple court dates. You didn't think that was real, so I think the sheriff is real.
And I did write yet another police report, just giving a brief update and overview as to what, from my perception, from where I'm sitting, from the communication that I've been receiving consistently as well as inconsistently, what exactly is going on, so that I can give law enforcement the opportunity or the authority or higher authority than law enforcement, the opportunity to kind of communicate any sort of expectation of me that they would have. Now, when I was stopped 2 weeks ago, my license was checked, my identity was checked, my license plate was checked, everything was deemed to be clear. They let me go. They never took me into custody. Do you know what I was stopped for?
Yeah.
Allegedly, similar to the threats that were taking place with regards to that agency that Detective Shepard threatened to take my children with if I didn't comply with his demands during that time. Very similarly to what they communicated to me right after my son was born, my 2.5-year-old son was born, was that they were receiving hundreds of calls from strangers saying all sorts of crazy things about me. And law enforcement basically said the same thing. They said, we're receiving a number of calls about you saying that you have guns and bombs. And then the next day, my debit card was gone.
Yeah, don't say that you want regular field blown up and that won't happen.
That same day that my debit card was what I would perceive to be strategically stolen from my wallet, after the only people who had access were the law enforcement agents or alleged law enforcement agents that were doing that stop to ask if I had bombs or guns. P.S. The bomb sniffing dog was a golden retriever, so that's new.
It's just like, you just go get another debit card, but Heather's too crazy to answer her own security questions. Like, they don't believe it's her when she goes in to get another debit card, so they locked it. They locked it, they gotta get one mailed to her address. They doesn't have an address anymore, so it complicates things a lot.
After that incident took place, and I was very afraid, they were kind, those officers, they were ethical, but I was very afraid and embarrassed. But after that took place, my debit card was gone and there was no one else with access to my belongings. So it does seem as though the intention has been to basically do a replay on the things that have already been done to harm me over the last several years. And I just want everyone to know, on the record and off, I do not consent. I have nothing to do with curating any of this. I'm afraid. I don't know where to go. I don't know what to do to hide from them when they begin doing this to us. And none of this is imagined. I just showed you a receipt for when they stopped me. And I can show you any other proof that you would like to see, given the opportunity to do so. None of this is...
I mean, we heard the scanner, so I know that the police pulled you over. I heard you say you wanted the field blown up, so that's enough proof for me. What are you even getting at here?
So With that being said, I'm available for personal driving. If you guys need a ride to anywhere local to Chicago or the Chicagoland area,
Maybe we'll have the cops pull us over and search us because they think we're driving with a bunch of nefarious stuff.
please let me know.
What a great segue into, you guys need a driver?
I
You got an important flight you don't want to miss?
love to give you a ride there in my vehicle. I can only accommodate up to 2 people for now because I do have some of my belongings in the car. So I'm very clean. I'm very organized. I'm a great driver. I have been doing this for quite some time. I regularly care for my vehicle, and if my vehicle were a little messy, I wouldn't come to pick up a client anyways. So
I've only pissed in the vehicle like 4 times. It's all right.
rest assured in knowing that, you will receive a safe, clean ride if you need one. And so please feel free to inquire about that. I would love to, work for someone who is in town for a week. Maybe they need a personal driver posted outside of their hotel or apartment for that week.
I think she's gonna rom-com her way into another sugar daddy or something doing this.
We can agree on a flat rate, and I can, just be there on call kind of, or on standby for that week, as well as for individual jobs. I've been looking at Chicago Executive Airport and numerous other places for anyone who needs personal driving. Also, I have done a new website for AI implementation and new business development, specifically website development, AI implementation and tools for strategy, marketing, and sales. And that website is live as we speak. So if that sounds like something that you...
When they can't get me to die with the lies that Dylan tells, since Dylan got home, bunch of content today saying, Dylan.
At Hardworking Diver super chatted $1.99. Hire Heather to drive you to Seabrook.
That'd be nefarious. Thank you for the 2 hardworking divas. I should just get a flight to Chicago and then have Heather drive me to North Carolina.
Please let me know any and all business that I can do.
I'm gonna need you for a week, Heather. We're going out of state. We're gonna see a court case. I'm gonna need to drive around other places too, and I'll pay you. I give you a per diem. She'll fuck it up somehow though. She'll be late for everything because of makeup.
Freelance capacity. It's perceived that they've allowed someone else to, take the lead or what have you. But that's about it for tonight. I have a fantasy, that, I don't know if you've heard that song, Just Hold On, We're Going Home. I would listen to that song when I was in the height of the abusiveness, when I was being locked in, and physically assaulted, and I was very scared. And I would have this fantasy that, these FBI agents or military, or I don't even know, men in black, they could be women too, in suits would just kick the door down with guns and just, grab me and rescue me from this situation and whisk me away to this house that I've been working for since I was a 14-year-old little girl.
Well, that doesn't make sense. Also, no one was keeping you there because you got fucking evicted. You had to be forcefully removed from all these places that you were apparently being held at. It's just like Brooke being trespassed from her kidnapper's fucking property. Dylan didn't want you there. The people in the Montclair didn't want you there. The last apartment didn't want you there. Dream on. Yeah, dream on.
On the record, I took my first job at 14 years old with a work permit. Off the record and on the record, I took my first job at 11 years old when I got my certified babysitter's license through the Courts Plus in Elmhurst. And I began babysitting all of the children in my parents' friend group, social group, as well as...
How'd those kids turn out? Bet you they ended up with problems or something.
Friends and families' children. So I have been working, for a long time. That's almost 3 decades of work. And my goal has remained consistent throughout, which was purchase a home for my children and I. And that's it. That's it. That's one goal. Purchase a home for my children and I to have peaceful, enjoyable, desirable experiences in, and be safe and protected from whatever it is, whatever this mayhem is going on out here.
I would love to financially audit Heather. Because, like, come on, dude. You've had it so easy. Your rent has been very minimal, if nothing, most of the time, because you've had other people paying your rent. So if you were actually even working a minimum wage job and you were saving that money and just using Simps and the sponsors to pay for your day-to-day lifestyle, you would be able to buy a house by now. But you spend it on stupid fucking shit and drugs. So, again, I don't have any sympathy. I think that this is a learning experience. Maybe she won't have this happen again, even though this is like, what, the 3rd time this has happened? Probably more. It's just the 3rd time that I can think of that she's been homeless after having it pretty easy and not knowing what to do. She needs a G-man.
So again, as I said, let me reiterate, marketing, sales, new business development, website development, AI tools, implementation of AI into a standard business format. I'm great at all of those. I'm working directly with, as a partner, various AI tools that are helping me draft copy in seconds. So anything is possible. And I would be happy for a small nominal fair rate to show you that with regards to your own business structure. Also, if you need a personal driver, I'm available for that as well. And for any other questions, please just go to my Facebook page. I've left a public announcement with regards to the opportunity for personal driving, and there is a contact button there. You can click
her eyes are starting to shut.
A contact button, and you can send me any inquiry that you'd like. I would be able to respond as urgently as I possibly can, not as I would like to, but as I can. So please keep that in mind, that I'm doing these things as I can, in the midst of, I don't even know what to call it. And then, I went to the suburbs. I spoke with my aunt. It seems like my family is either completely unaware of what's going on or what has gone on, or what's more likely, I know they're aware of certain parts of it, but what's more likely is that they are probably, or have been probably, subjected to a certain kind of, a certain, a certain amount of, or degree of similar treatment and actions and behaviors that I've experienced, which would cause
You mean just living life?
them to feel terrified, as it has me. And therefore they would be, bullied and scared into some sort of silence, which is what I believe is accurately, taking place here.
What aunt do you think she saw? Do you think she saw Aunt Stacy?
So, I think that's it for tonight. I am very tired. I am very confused and, upset and nervous about what's going on. And I was promised a lot of things, ultimate privilege, flying lessons.
Ultimate privilege and flying lessons.
A new place to live. My car payment was taken care of. My debts have been settled. I don't owe anyone anything. No one else is going to be able to, quote, pick this up for the purpose of exploiting my suffering for a financial gain.
I don't remember all this on the vision board.
You name it, they've promised it to me. So today's August the 11th. That's Xavier's birthday.
Yeah, it is.
Oh my God, I didn't even say happy birthday. I gotta go, you guys.
So that's how it ends. And then it was the stream that we saw at the beginning. Hey, Birdie, I'm sorry I'm ending right now. I've been going for 4.5 hours. It's time for me to go to bed, you guys. But we got through everything in one go. That's pretty good. Other than the 2 streams, we've been doing 2 streams lately. But now we'll be on top of things more. And I gotta do clips, man. I really hope. I don't know. I don't know when it's gonna. I had to cancel the export. Hopefully it just exports very fast because it already almost did it once. I don't know if that's how things work. It's probably gonna take the same amount of time. I'll do it overnight, and if it's not done by the morning, I'll just give up. I'll say whatever. I'll say whatever. But I appreciate you guys. I love you guys, and I will see you tomorrow. James made some videos, and James is about to do something crazy, I think, because he keeps blocking everybody. Like, he's going through his follower list and just blocking everyone, which is so strange. How the fuck is he gonna build a following if he does that? So I think he's doing that to prepare for something crazy that he doesn't want us to see, like us specifically. But right now there is still people I know who aren't blocked by him yet. I gotta make other accounts. I gotta get like another phone number somehow. No way that I know how to make a new TikTok account at this point. But yeah, see you guys then. If not, then I'll see you the next time I cover Heather, if you're just a Heather watcher. But I hope you're having a great Friday and a great weekend ahead. Until for now.